So you might not believe it, but this is the actual mobile application that we're gonna build with React Native in this one single tutorial. It works both on a simulator and on your iOS and Android devices. In this application, everything works in real time. For example, when someone likes a post, every user can see the update immediately. And what you have just witnessed was a clip from the end of this tutorial where we test out our entire application. Everything that you know about React can be used to build this mobile application thanks to React Native. And in this video, I'll assume you have no experience with mobile development and React Native. So basically, I'll take you from scratch and I'll teach you 99% of the things that you would need to build a real-world mobile application. And specifically, using React Native and Expo. So let me give you a complete walkthrough of the end result, and then we'll talk about the tech stack and what you'll learn from this video. So this is a social media application that is called Spotlight, and it has 7 different screens, which are Authentication, Home, Bookmarks, Post Creation, Notifications, our own profile, and the profiles of other users. Everything starts with the Authentication screen. We have Google Authentication implemented that works flawlessly. Once we are logged in, we will be navigated to the home screen where we have stories and posts. We can like posts, add a comment, and add a bookmark. We can see all of our past bookmarks on this screen, and if we are the owner of the posts, we are able to delete them. In the Create screen, we can select an image from our device, add a caption, and share it with everyone. There will be 3 types of notifications, which are like, follow, and comment. We will be able to see the post details as well as the comment itself. In the profile screen, we can see our stats and posts. And we can edit our own profile with this really cool animated modal that slides in from the bottom of the screen. And we can visit other user profiles where we can follow and unfollow them. And in the homepage, we will have refresh functionality as well as a logout button that will navigate us back to the authentication. So this is the entire application that we're gonna build today. And as you can tell, there is a lot to cover in this one tutorial. So you will learn how to use every fundamental component that you should know in React Native, such as view, text, image, link, scroll view, flat list, and the rest is on the screen. On top of all these, you will learn about special files and folders, like app, tabs, and layout. And you will learn some concepts and terms that you should know in mobile development, such as splash screen, SafeAreaView, tab, and stack navigators. While building this application, we're gonna talk about the performance and we will see how to improve it as well. We are gonna learn how to use our own fonts like the one that we have in the logo. We will even change the default app icon. And I'm gonna provide some additional resources that you should keep in mind while building your next mobile applications with React Native. Now, the most important question is, do you really need a MacBook to be able to follow along with this video? Absolutely not. Any laptop that is connected to the internet should be fine. And this is all thanks to Expo, which is a framework and a platform that is built on top of React Native. We are gonna talk more about it later in the video, but basically it allows us to scan a QR code and test out the application on our physical device. When it comes to the prerequisites, if you know the basics of React, you should be able to follow along from start to end without any issues. And our tech stack will be React Native with Expo, Convex for our entire backend, and Clerk for authentication. Along the way, you will learn some really interesting concepts to talk about in your interviews. So overall, this is the kind of tutorial that I wish I had when I first started with React Native. And I say this from the bottom of my heart. Now I can talk about this tutorial for the next 20 minutes, but I think I'll just leave it here and see you inside. Just before we get into the video, if you'd like to support my work, I have a Udemy course with over 100 hours of content for the cheapest price that you can ever get. It's only one-time payment for lifetime access. You can find the discount link in the description, and the source code of this project and future projects will be there. You can watch this entire tutorial in Udemy as well without any ads. Thanks for watching, and let's get into it. So before we start writing any code, I have prepared some notes that we can take a look at, and once we are done with it, we'll go ahead and actually start coding. You can get these notes from the link in the description. It'll be completely free. At the moment, it is private, but while you're watching this video, it's gonna be public. So let's start with the question, what is React Native in the first place? So it is a framework that allows you to build mobile applications using React. You can either use JavaScript or TypeScript, and in this video, we'll be using TypeScript. So all in all, it is a framework that allows you to build mobile applications still using React. And there is a really common keyword or a term called cross-platform development, which means writing code once that can run on multiple platforms. And this is exactly what React Native allows us to do. So it is a cross-platform framework because we can write one code base in JavaScript and we can deploy it to both iOS and Android. Now this is really convenient and pretty cool when you compare it to back in the old days. So just think about it for a second. Back in the old days, if you wanted to build a mobile application, you actually had to build it twice. One for iOS, one for App Store, right? And one for Play Store, which is for Android. And you had to learn two different programming languages, right? For iOS, you had to learn Swift, and for Android, you had to learn Kotlin. And before Swift has been introduced, you had to use Objective-C, which was a lot more harder than Swift. And before the Kotlin, you had to learn Java. And like there are still some drawbacks. Like for Apple development, you had to have a MacBook, which is pretty expensive to get. And for the Android, you had to learn Android SDK and its frameworks. So it was really a complicated process. And if you were a company founder, that means you need to hire two different teams, right? One would be building the iOS application, and the other one would be building the exact same application, but for Android. So it was really a messy process. But thanks to React Native, we can just write one code base, right? And then we can deploy it to both iOS and Android. So I hope this gives you a little bit more insights into React Native. But hey, React Native by itself is not enough. And this is a screenshot that I took from the documentation. So if you visit reactnative.dev and get started with it, you're going to see that they tell you, we believe that the best way to experience React Native is through a framework. And their recommendation is Expo. This is what we'll be using in this video as well. So it is like a toolbox with all the necessary APIs that lets you to build production-ready applications. Okay, so now that we know React Native is not enough, we need to use a framework like Expo. This is going to be our go-to framework when using React Native. But please don't get confused. React Native and Expo are not the same thing. So like Expo is built on top of React Native. When you're building an application with Expo, at the end of the day, you're still writing React Native, but it just has a lot more optimizations on top of it. And you are getting a lot of other tools that you would need, and like it's pretty convenient. So you can think of it like React and Next.js in web development. When you are building an application with Next.js, you're still actually writing React code, but on top of it, you have some features like server actions, API routes, things like that, right? Server components, so on and so forth. So it is the exact same situation that we have right here. And now let's take a look at some comparisons that we have between React and React Native. So I have prepared this list to prove you that React Native is not actually different than React, as the name suggests. It is still React, but it just has a little bit more concepts and syntax differences on top of it. So let's go through this list pretty quickly. The point of this thing is just to get you, just to give you some idea. So in React Web, if you wanted to build a component, you would use things like a div, h1, p tag, so on and so forth. If you wanted to give some styles, you would use a class name field, right? And in React Native, it is not actually that different. Instead of using a div, you would use view, and for any text you can imagine, like h1, h6, like p tag, h3, span, anything, you would use text. So you would wrap your entire text in a text component, which is coming from React Native. Okay, I hope that makes sense. We don't really have class name in React Native. Instead, we would use style, and this is something that we're gonna get next. So styling in React Web, you would give a class name, and then you would, let's say you would prepare these classes in your CSS files, and you would give the styling, like we have a card and profile image classes, and these are the styles that it has. And then when it comes to the React Native, we are actually getting a component called style sheet from React Native, and here we create our styles. So we have card and with these styles, and then the profile image. And under the style, we say styles.card. So that means this view will get all these styling that you see here. So it is like CSS in JS, right? And we're gonna see all these later in the video as well. And when it comes to event handling, in React web development, we have onClick, onMouseOver, so on and so forth. And it's almost the same thing in React Native, but instead of onClick, we have onPress, because as you can imagine, it is a mobile phone, so the name, makes sense, right? OnPress, on long press, on double tap, things like that, right? And instead of a button component, we have things like touchable opacity or pressable. These are the components that we're going to see later in the video. Okay, let's just speed up a little bit. We have lists in React web development, like we do items.map. For each item, we would return something. So it is really similar what we have here. Instead, we have a component called flat list, and here we say this is the data that we would like to map through, and for each item, render this function. So we basically get the item, and for every single item, we would like to return this part. It might look complicated, but it's actually pretty simple that we're going to see in the incoming sections. Then we have forms. So instead of using an input element, we can use things like text input, and instead of onSubmit, we can use onPress on the button. Okay, I hope this gives you a little bit more confidence in your React Native journey, right? It is not really that different than React. Okay, so with this in mind, I have an empty folder. Let me just go ahead and open this up in my desktop. Okay, there we go. I actually have it. I have created an empty folder on my desktop. I have called this as Spotlight app. You can call this anything. Just open it up in VS Code. Then we would like to open up our terminal and start an Expo application. So this is the command that you would type: npx create -expo app at latest. And I would like to initialize this under the current folder. So I'll go ahead and just put dot at the end. And let me show you the actual documentation that I got this from. So if you visit expo.dev, read the documentation, this is the quick start command that you can get. Okay, let's go ahead and run this. This might ask you a question. Just press Y and then press enter. So in your very first time, it might ask you that. Since this is my not the first time, I didn't get that question. Now let's wait for this to complete, and in the next section we're going to talk about this code base. Okay, so installation has just been completed. In my terminal, I can see it says your project is ready and we would like to start it. So I'll just clear up my terminal, and before we start this application, I would like to mention that we have a bunch of different files like hooks, components, constants, etc. We're gonna actually delete all of them and we'll start from scratch, because I can imagine this might look really complicated for a beginner. But as I said, we will actually reset this project in a second. But first, I need to mention, if you want to follow along with this video, currently you have two different options. So you would either install the Expo Go application in your actual physical phone. So you can visit App Store if you're using iPhone, or if you have an Android device, you can visit Google Play Store and just get the Expo Go application. And then by using this, we can test out our application. Or you can use a simulator. If you're on Windows, you would get Android Studio, and if you're on Mac, you would get Xcode. Now, since I am teaching you guys, I have to show this simulator on the screen, so I can just test this out, show you the end result in real time. I'll be using a simulator. But if you ask me, this is a lot more harder to get into. Like, why? It is just because it'll take longer to install. Any of these simulators will be more than 10 gigabytes. But if you install Expo Go on your phone, it'll take less than 1 minute, and you can just see the end result in your actual phone. And let's see how we can start our application in our phone. So I'll just visit VS Code and I'll say npx expo and just run this command. Okay, so if you are using your physical phone, you need to scan this QR code in your actual terminal, and you need to connect to the same Wi-Fi. Like, your computer and your phone should be connected to the same Wi-Fi. Okay, and then since I'm gonna be running this in the iOS simulator, I'll just press I. If you are on Windows, you can press A, and you should have the Android simulator up and running. So I can realize, like, I know we are going really slowly, but I just need to make sure that everyone is in the same page. So I'll just press I. Hopefully this will go ahead, start the Expo application on this simulator. And here we go. This is the boilerplate application that we got from the Expo team. So this is what they give us. This is the code base, and this is the output. And let me just put them side by side, just like this. Okay, now here it says go into the app tabs index.tsx. So app tabs index.tsx. If you update any of these parts, so let's say welcome 1, 2, 3, if I save it, it should restart in real time. If it doesn't, you can go here in your terminal, press R, which means reload, and it should reload with the latest version. And you can even run this in your browser. So I'll just press W, which stands for web browser, and this is the actual application, right? You can build it for the web, but in our case, we are not really interested in this. Okay, but just keep that in mind, it is actually possible. Okay, so I hope we get the point. Now we are going to reset this entire project, but I just want to talk about a concept called tab navigator. So as the name suggests, you can get a navigation based off of these tabs. So here we are in the Explore screen and we are in the home screen. And this is possible thanks to this tabs folder, which is built into Expo. So these are the things that we're going to talk about more later in the video, but I just wanted to mention it since we have it already. Now I'll open up my terminal and kill this with Command C. Let's clear this up. And we would like to reset this project. So they have prepared a reset project script for us. We can basically say npm run reset-project and run this. So here it says, do you want to move existing files into app example instead of deleting them? So let's just say yes and run this. And let me make this screen a little bit larger. Okay, so as you can tell, everything that we had previously has been moved into this app example folder. And since we don't really want to have any boilerplate code, we're going to start from scratch. We can basically go ahead and delete this entire folder. We don't really need it. And we'll just start with an empty app folder. Other than this, we have the configurations as well as some assets like fonts and images. Okay. So that's gonna be it for the reset project. Next, we can get started with the basics. Alright, so this is where we left. Now we're gonna start with the basics of React Native. And I'll try to go really slowly for the next 1 hour until we understand everything. Then we can just really speed up the process. If you ever feel we're going slowly, you can speed up the video from the settings, from the video settings. Okay, now I'd like to start this application. I'll open up my terminal and I'll say, let's clear this up. If you're on Windows, you can just say CLS or clear. And if you're on Mac, you can say Command K, which would clear this up. Okay, now let's say npx expo. We can run our new application. This is what we had previously. So I'll just press R. This should reload it. And there we go. Now I'll visit app index.tsx, which is our home screen. So it says edit this. Let's just edit it. I'll just add 1, 2, 3. Let's save. There we go. We can see the change in real time. Now let's talk about the basic component, right? Basic components. So here we have a text. If you would like to put a text outside of a text component, you're gonna get errors. So here it says any text you have, it should go under inside a text component. So we can just say hello. There we go. This is coming from React Native. And here we can give some styles. As you can tell, let me just delete this. Okay, so style will take an object with any of the fields that you can think of that is coming from CSS. So here we say flex1, justify content and align item center so that it can center it in the middle of the screen. But now if you can imagine, we might have a bunch of different CSS styles and this will get out of hand. So there is another solution. Instead of having all these, let's say I'll call this as styles container. And where is this styles coming from? So basically we can say const styles and import style sheet dot create. Now this style sheet should be coming from React Native, just like that. And we can say create. This will take an object and here we can add the container class. So just like previously, we can add those styles. So we had flex1, align items of center, and justify content of center. Okay, now we can see this is a lot more readable. We can just say styles.container. Here we can have a text. So let's say title. You can call this anything, by the way. So this can be even hello, but it should make sense. I'll just say color should be red. Let's say styles.title. Now this will become red. You can say font size will be, I don't know, let's say 50. Okay, so it'll just update in real time. Now the beauty of this, let's say you have 200 lines of CSS code. You can basically create a folder, let's say styles. And let's say we're gonna have styles for the authentication page. We can just say auth.styles.js. Now this part is not an extension. This is just the convention that I'd like to use. So you can even have this as auth.js. It is a regular JavaScript file. And this is also a regular JavaScript file. But as I said, this is the convention that I'd like to use. So I will go ahead and create this file. Let me cut this, paste this in, and I would like to export this constant. Let's import the style sheet, save this file. Now we can get these styles from that file. Let's delete this. I'll say import styles from styles slash, okay, maybe we should go one up, styles, then we have auth styles. So it is still working, but as you can tell, our code base is a lot more cleaner and organized. And actually we're gonna have a bunch of different styles bunch of files like these later in the video. Okay, so we have talked about the view, text. Now we could have things like touchable opacity. Okay, just like this. I am a really slow typer, but let's just see. Let's import this. We don't really have touchable actually. Let's delete that. We have touchable opacity. On press, let's just say alert touched. Okay. Let's say you touched. And here we can add a text in between. Let's say press me. Okay. If you press that, here we can see we just got an alert. And in the same way, we have pressable component. It is also coming from React Native. And here we have on press, on hover, on blur, and you can always just go ahead into these components, press Control space. You can really get all the props that they have. So in the same way, we can copy it, paste it. Let's say press me, pressable. Okay. So it is working in the same way, but obviously they have some differences. We're gonna be talking about them later in the video, but just know that touchable opacity gives you this opacity feedback out of the box. So can you see it? Like, I'll just delete this. Once I click to it, like for a second, we have this opacity feedback. And this is why you might want to use it most of the time. And it's actually a simpler component than pressable. Okay, then we can have like images. Let's say we're gonna get an image component that could be either coming from React Native or Expo. For now, let's use the one that is coming from React Native. And here we could have a source. And here, if the image is gonna be coming from your local files, let's say we're gonna get this icon.png, then you need to require it since it is a local image, right? Let me kill the left-hand side. I'll say require and give the exact path. So I think this is not the correct path. So we should go one up under the assets, under the images. Do we have logo.png? Okay, no, we don't actually have the logo.png, but we have icon.png. And we can get this, we can add some styles on top of it, like width, let's say 200, and height as well. Okay, for some reason it did not refresh it. I'll just say R. Okay, no, it didn't. Okay, so I have just found the solution. I think instead of width and height, we should have this style with the width and height. Now it is working as expected. And if the image is coming from a remote network, let's say we're gonna get an image from Unsplash. So let's grab this image address, copy image address. Let's go back to VS Code. Here in this case, you would like to actually use a field called URI. And once you paste it, it should work. Let's see why this did not work. Maybe we should add some styles. Let's say width is gonna be again 200. Okay, now it is working. If you are getting an image from a remote network, like Unsplash or I don't know, any place, it should have this URI field. But if it is a local image, you should require it from the relative path. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. So these are the basic components that we have just explored, but on top of these, there is a file called _layout.tsx. This is an actual special file that we should keep in mind. We can create multiple layout files in different places. So currently, this gives us the stack navigator, which is something that we'll talk about in a second. And here, the index.tsx file is also a convention. So for your home pages in different routes, you would call it as index. So instead of calling this home.tsx, we just say index.tsx. And if you had different routes, the entry files would be index. Now, I know this might sound complicated, but we're going to see a couple of different examples. And anything that goes into this app folder will become a screen. So in our application, we're going to have a bunch of different screens like profile screen, notification screen, create post screen, home screen, so on and so forth. And we're going to put all of them into this folder. Now we have talked about the stack navigator. Like how does that work? Let's go ahead and create a couple of different files. I will have a profile.tsx, and I am using an extension. Let me show this. It is called ES7 React Native snippets. If you get this, you should be able to do this shortcut, R and F. It will give you a functional React Native component. So let's say this is profile screen, and we can uppercase this one. Then let's have another screen called notifications.jsx, or tsx actually, we're using TypeScript. Once again, I'll say RNF, and let's just say notifications screen. I'll save those. Now from the homepage, I will link this. So I'll say link. This is another component. Here I just get that from Expo router, and I'll say visit notifications screen, and let's say href will take us to /notifications. And as you can tell, it is type safe out of the box. Let's say from the homepage, we can visit the notifications screen. I'll click that. Okay, it says no route found. I think we should restart this with R. Now I'll try to click to it. There we go. Now, as you can tell, new screens are coming from the right-hand side, right? This is what Stack Navigator allows us to have. And if you go back, now notice how this screen will go from left to right. Okay, so new screens will be coming from right, and if you want to go back, they will be popped, right? And this is what Stack Navigator allows us to have. Then if we wanted to, we can make this like not self-close tag, I was going to say, and here we can add different screens. So I'll just say stack.screen for the home page, which we call this as index. We can actually hide the header. So here, if you save it, now header is gone, right? And you can like bring this back. Let's just say bring the header. We can change this name. So we can say title will be home, because this is our actual home page. Or we can call this as feed if this is a social media application. And we can visit the notifications page. Instead of having this as lowercase, we can actually change it as well. So here we'll say go into the notifications screen and make the title to be notifications. So here we just uppercase the N. Let's save. There we go. And now there is one issue here. Let's say here I'll go ahead and just say header shown will be false. And you're going to see that content overflows with this status bar that we have at the top. And if we wanted to take this into the view always, we can just go ahead, wrap it with something called SafeAreaProvider. So I'll go here, I'll just say SafeAreaProvider component and wrap everything with it. Then we would like to have SafeAreaView component. Let's say import this as well, wrap everything with it. And now if we give this some styling, let's say not class name, but let's say style, we're gonna say flex will be 1 so that it will take the entire screen. And here we go. Now it is inside the view. It is not overflowing with the status bar. So this is something that you should also keep in mind. Like you can change the background, so on and so forth. This is an absolutely important component that you should keep in mind. And we'll be using this actually later in the video. So now what should we be doing is to show you this image. In our application, we're gonna have a bunch of different screens, right? And we're gonna have the tab navigator. So we'll have home screen, bookmarks, create, notifications, as well as the profile screen. And now let's try to create this tab with the related screens. I will go into my VS Code, and if you remember, we had a special folder called tabs. So I'll go ahead, open this up, the brackets, and just put tabs name in between. Okay, this is a special file that Expo will take a look to be able to implement the tabs navigator. Here I'll put a special file once again, which is going to be our layout.tsx file. Then we can put our tabs. So we're going to have the profile. I'll just drag and drop it. We'll have the notifications. So we are going to have, let's say, what do we have? Let's take a look. So we are going to have create and bookmarks as well as the home screen. So let's try to do it slowly. We'll have create.tsx and we can say RNF to get this boilerplate code. And here we'll also have bookmarks, let's say. Okay, now let's save all of these. I think we can also take the home page into it, which is going to be called as index, right? Let's say save this. Now we don't really have an index in the root level, so we can go ahead and just add an index file here as well. I'll say index.tsx. Let's say RNF. This could be our starter point, and all this file will be doing is to redirect the user to the feed, which is this file. So I know this might look complicated, but I promise this will make sense just in a second. Let's say from here we will take our users to tabs. Okay, this will take us to the entry point. So once again, this will make sense just in a second. Now let's try to actually put these colors as well as these icons into our tab navigator. So for this, we're going to visit VS Code under the layout. Let's say RNF. Here we can just call this as tab layout. You can call this anything, but I think this makes sense. And let's shrink the left-hand side. Instead of having a view, we're going to get the tabs component from Expo router, and we're going to give every single tab screen. So just like in the stack navigator, we'll say tabs.screen, and we're going to put our options. So the first thing we need for every single screen is the name. And first we'll have the index point, which is going to be the home page, right? This is the starter page that we'll have. Then we're going to have 5 more tabs. Let's try to put those. I will duplicate it 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's say we're going to have bookmarks. We're going to have create. We're going to have notifications. And I think we're going to have profile. Maybe that was like 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that should be enough. We have 5 screens. For some reason, I put 6. But there we go. Let's save and try to see this in action. Do we have anything? I'll just press R. There we go. We got 5 different tabs. But now they don't really have an icon. And also, I don't really want to see this name at the bottom. We only want to see the icons. For this, we can change our options. Here under the tabs, let me just say screen options, which is going to take an object. So here I'll just say tab bar show label, and I'll just say false. If you save, it should get rid of those names. And let's try to change the icon for every single tab screen. So for the home page, we'll say options, which is going to take an object where we'll just say tab bar icon, and this is going to take a callback function. So just like this, instead of returning a text, we would like to return an icon. This is going to be a self-closed tag, just like that. Let's say we're going to get ion icons. Let's say ion icons. For some reason, this does not autocomplete for me. Let me try to get it from Expo vector icons. So Expo gives you different icons out of the box, and for the name of the icon, we'll get the home. Let's save. Here we can see it has just been updated, but it is super tiny. We can go ahead and change the size as well as the color. So we'll just take the size as it is, the default size, as well as the default color. So let me just zoom out so that you can see the entire line. And there we go. It is a little bit larger and it got this blue color. If you delete this, it will be black, so it doesn't really get the actual theme. By default, this is blue, but we are going to change the colors. Okay, so in the same way, we are going to add a couple of different icons. So here, let me just give you the name of these icons, so you can just pause the video and maybe try to add it by your own. So for the bookmarks, our icon name is bookmarks. For the create, it is add circle. Then for the notifications, it is heart. And for profile, it is person circle. Okay, so once you have done this, let's watch my solution where I'll basically copy and paste. Let's not waste the time. It's the exact same thing. Then for the create, let me get this and let's actually save. There we go. It has just been updated. And you know, as it is focused, the color will change. Okay, for the create, we would like to get this. But now here for the color, I used something called primary color, which is going to be this green color. So let's go ahead and create this colors under a folder called constants. And I will have this theme.ts file, which you can grab it from the source code. Let me try to provide this to you. It's around 10 lines of code. We have a primary color, secondary, background, so on and so forth. I have prepared these already. So once you get that, we can import these colors and use the primary color for this icon. Okay, there we go. Then what do we want to do? Now let's get the notifications as well. Okay, paste it. And then for the profile. So since this is the exact same thing, I don't really want to type this out. We don't really need to waste 5 minutes on these. Basically, we are just returning a callback with this ion icons, right? Okay, everything seems correct to me. But why this is blue and this is green? Let's go ahead and change the general color on each icon, which is going to be under the screen options on the actual tabs component in the parent component, right? Now, first off, I don't really want to see the tabs. So I'll go ahead and add this header shown to be false. Let's say the tabs has just gone. Here we see still tabs, but it is coming from the stack navigator. So we can go ahead and actually say, let's say style. Basically, I'll just get this part. Let's say style. This is something that we have done previously. We'll just say header shown to be false. Okay, why did not work? I think we can just delete those. Wait. Let's just make it to be look like this. Okay, so my bad. Instead of style, it should be screen options because we are in the parent component. So time to time, I can also make mistakes, but let's just ignore the fact. I'll just save. There we go. That tab is also gone, right? Now we'll go ahead here and we'll like to add some other styles. So we'll like to change the color, right? For this, we can get the primary color on the tab bar active tint color. So if you save, if it is active, we're going to get this primary color. And we can change the inactive color as well, just like that. Let's save. There we go. It just changed a little bit, if you can see. Then we can add like tab bar style. Now you might be asking, hey, how do I learn all these props? Well, basically, as you need them, as you build more projects, you're going to see and understand all of them more and more. So this is what I'm doing as well. Before I record these videos, I just go ahead and experience with most of the things and the most common things that are in the documentation. And these are one of those things that I have built already. So just please don't get overwhelmed. You might be asking, hey, there are millions of things. How do I learn every single one of them? So technically and honestly, you don't really need to learn 99% of them, only the things that you actually need. And in our case, tab bar style is one of them. So I will grab this from my notes and paste it. Instead of typing this out, I can explain every single line. So here, this is the tab bar style that we are updating. Let me just save. Okay, we have just changed the background color. We just make it to be black. We make the top bar like border top width to be 0. Position will be absolute. Elevation of 0. And you might be asking, what the heck is elevation? You can read it. It is basically something specific to Android. And I have tested this out. Elevation 0 looks a lot better. That's why I just, ignore that. Then height is 40. You can make it to be 80, like double it. You can see the change. But I think 40 is pretty cool to work with. And we give some padding of bottom of 8. Okay, these are the styles that we have just added. Now we are gonna make the rest of our application to be in the black background color, but we'll just get there step by step. Now what I want to do, just basically kill all these and take a step, like take a moment, try to understand what the heck is happening in our application. So everything starts from the app folder from the layout.tsx. This is the first file that is run, okay? So here we wrap our entire application with a safe area provider and SafeAreaView components so that our content is always in the safe area. It is not overflowing with the status bar. And in the index page, we are basically taking the user immediately to our tabs folder and specifically into the homepage, right? This is our homepage. Let's just say this is the feed screen in tabs. Okay, so whenever you reload your application, by default, you're in this page. And from here, since we set it up our tabs, we can go into the bookmarks, right? It will open up this file and render it. Then we can go into the create, notifications, and profile screen. So I hope this makes sense. We are gonna fix the styling. We're gonna make it actually look a lot better, but this is the general idea of our application, right? So we have tabs, which stands for tabs navigator, and it goes under the tabs folder. This is a special folder that Expo gives you. Then from here, you can change the general styles on each tab, and specifically, you can do like change the options for the icons, so on and so forth. So this is what we have done so far. Now, just before we move on with the next section, let's go ahead, delete these imports and change the background color of our entire application, which is going to be under the layout. Here, I'll just say background color will be black and it should update it. And here in React Native, the other color formats are also supported. So you can say like black, or you can say hex code, right? FFF. You should save it and it should work. Like let's do CCC. Like it should work, you get the point. And also RGBA works. I think also HSL works. But in our case, I'll be using this simple black color. And we can keep it shorter if you really wanted to. We will go with 000. It's the same thing. There we go. We have the colors as well. And later in the video, we'll just see how to change the background color of each screen. So with that, I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so this is where we left. Now it is time to implement authentication and connect our application to a database. And for these, we'll be using Clerk and Convex. You can find the link in the description. So let's go ahead and visit Clerk to implement the authentication first. Now I am in the homepage of the Clerk. If you haven't heard of it, it's the most comprehensive user management platform, and in this project, we'll be using it to handle the entire authentication flow while making our application completely secure. And some production grade applications and companies are actually using it. So it is pretty cool, and it is really cheap to get started with it. It's free, right? So up to 10,000 users, You can use it for completely free, and probably you will never hit this amount of users. So let's go ahead and get started with it. I already have an account, so I'll just go ahead and visit my dashboard. Let me just try to quickly log in. And there we go. Now we would like to create an application. Let's say create an app. I will call this as Spotlight. This is the name that I'd like to use. You can call this anything. I will disable any other providers other than Google. If you really want to, you can just opt them in, right? Like you can have all these others providers, but in my case, I'll just be using Google because that's the only thing that we would need. Let's say create the application, and we have a bunch of different SDKs and guides. In our case, we would like to use it with Expo, so I'll select this, and let's go through these steps one by one. First, we would like to get Clerk Expo, right? I'll open up my terminal, kill this, paste this in. Then the next step is to get the types to make the TypeScript happy, get the type definitions. So once this is done, we can paste that in. Okay, so this is what happens if you live in Turkey with a shitty internet connection, but there we go. I'll go ahead, paste this in. Then we would like to set our environment variables. I'll copy this. Here they say use a .env file. Now later in the video, we'll be using Convex, and they actually use .env.local file, which is the same thing, but let's go ahead and create this one. I will paste this in, which is the Clerk publishable key. This is something Clerk will use just in a couple of seconds. So we need to visit the layout and wrap our application with this Clerk provider. Now I'll copy this part and actually all these. Visit my layout file. It should be in the root. Now I can feel this might look a little bit overwhelming, but let's just see. Now the reason that I say it's overwhelming is because we have really a limited space. Font size is too large, but there we go. We got the publishable key, which is coming from the environment variables, and we can wrap our entire application with this part. So here I'll go ahead, wrap my application. And let's get this one, close this off. There we go. We need to import these. They are going to be coming from Clerk. So I'll copy that and okay. Now let's save. This should be happy with us, but we have some more stuff to do. Now, Clerk stores the active user's session token in memory by default. And in Expo applications, the recommended way to store sensitive data, such as tokens, is by using Expo Secure Store package, which is going to encrypt the data before storing it. So we're going to go ahead and install this to make our application a lot more safe. Let's paste. Oops, what have I done? Let's just paste it. I think I have just done a mistake. Let me just copy this once again, clear up the terminal and paste this in. Next, we would like to create a cache.ts file in our root directory. Let's copy this. So these are just some steps that we are doing that we are never going to be thinking about it later. This will make our application completely secure and authentication will work flawlessly. So we have 30 lines of code, which is something that Clerk needs to be able to get the token as well as save the token to handle the authentication. So you don't really need to understand everything that is going on here. There's a lot of magic that is happening behind the scenes. Okay, then now that we have got this token, we're going to go ahead add this token cache into our Clerk provider. So I'll copy this part, save this file, go into layout, and here we would like to, oops, what have I done? Let's say token cache, and we're going to get the token cache from this cache file that we had. And I think our application should be ready to go. Here they have a bunch of different steps that we'll be doing in a couple of minutes. Okay, so with this, now in our entire application, we have Clerk initialized, and we can use the authentication. So let's see, we would like to build the authentication page. So you can get these designs. I think I forgot to add the authentication screen, but let me show you this pretty quickly. So I have just added right here, this is the authentication screen. Let's take a look at it. We have an icon, we have the title, a p tag, maybe a description, an image, as well as our authentication button. So let's go ahead and design this. Then we're going to make this work with the Clerk. I'll open up my VS Code. Here I would like to create an authentication page. So it's not going to be a part of the tabs because, as you can tell, we don't really have the navigation for this page, or for this screen, I should say. We are not in the web development, so we don't really have pages, but instead we have screens. And let's start with the authentication. I will create this folder, and here we can put a login.tsx file. And here we would like to basically have our styles first, then we will implement the functionality. Now here, this is not a CSS course, that's why I would like to skip this styles part. Here we have a auth styles.js file, and let's actually make this to be a TypeScript file. I'll just say auth styles.ts, and I will provide this file to you. So you can grab this from the GitHub repo, and let me show you the entire page if you want to type this out. So we are getting the colors, we are getting style sheet, as well as dimensions, where we'll just check the width and height of the screen. Here we have container, brand section. Basically, this is some CSS styling just to make our application look clean and nice. Okay, so I don't really think we should be spending 10 minutes to write all these classes. That's why I'll just provide them to you. Okay, this is super simple styling once again. With this in mind, let's go ahead and actually try to build the login page. I'll just get RNF. Let's try to save this file and actually try to build the content. So here, I'll shrink the left-hand side. We're going to have a view with some styling. Let's say style will be styles.container. And these styles will be coming from auth styles file. Then we will have the brand section. So I'll go ahead, say brand section, and let's just say we will have a view. Let me please get this, and I don't really want anyone to get mad at me just because I copy and paste, but this is really, really basic stuff that we have seen a couple of sections ago. We are having a view with a style, an icon, and some text. So there is nothing logic here. That's why I would like to copy and paste and walk you through it. So typing this would take 3 minutes, explaining would take 30 seconds. Okay, I hope this makes sense. Now we got the brand section. Let's save and try to see what we're gonna get. Currently we are in the feed screen. What I want to do, just go into the actual index file, and for now I'll just take my users to the authentication. So let's say auth, maybe to login. Okay, for some reason we cannot get the type safety. Maybe we should start our application. I'll just say npx expo, press R, and make it look like this. Okay, we have auth login. I forgot to wrap this with parentheses. Now I'll just reload this once again. It should work. There we go. This is what we have in the authentication page, specifically in the login page. We just added the brand section. Now we would like to have an illustration where we would like to get this image. So I've got this from a website called StorySet. Let me show this. Storyset.com it should be. And I think I got it from the Bro Styles. I search for something like social, and let me actually provide you the actual link. So I have just grabbed the link. Let me paste it. It is storyset.com/illustration/online-wishes/bro. It's a funny name, but there we go. This is the image that you can go ahead and download it, then put it into your assets. Or you can simply grab it from the GitHub repo. So under the images, I would like to get this image from the source code. So I'll take the authbg2. This is what I have called it. And just like if you want to use different images, I have prepared 2 of them as well. So authbg3 and 1. I would like to use this one, but you can use any of the others that we have. All right. So we would like to get the illustration. Now it is your challenge to go ahead and display the image on the screen. So we have seen this previously. Since it is a local image, we need to require it in the image source. So here I'll just say illustration and paste it. We have an image. Let's import it from React Native, and under the source we are going to get this image. Since this is a local image, we need to require it, right? Let's save. There we go. This is what we got. You can use cover or contain. This is basic CSS. I'll go with the cover. And after the illustration, we can put the login section, basically, where we have the button, right? I would like to once again copy this and paste it. And please don't get mad. This is super basic stuff that we have seen so far, like view, touchable opacity, style, on press. Like this is something that we haven't seen, but name makes sense. Like on press, we don't have this function. Let's leave it as an empty function for now. We'll just say console log. Okay, let's save. This is what we got with the styling. Now we should be able to make this work. Currently, if you click to it, we just see a console log, but we are going to make it work with Clerk and specifically with the Google Authentication. Now, when we click to this button, instead of doing this dummy operation, let's actually call this function handle Google sign-in, which is something that we'll create above. So let's say const handle Google sign-in. This is going to be an async arrow function. And here we would like to do something, which is first we need to get something from use SSO from Clerk. So use single sign-on, and here we would like to get start SSO flow. And here I would like to get the router, just like in React, but this is going to be coming from, let's say, Expo router. This will allow us to do navigation manually. Here I would like to have a try catch block. Here in the try, we would like to say await start SSO flow. And our strategy will be auth Google. You can see there are a bunch of different options, but in our case, we are going with Google. And this will give us a couple of different things, which we can destructure, like we can get the create session ID as well as set active. So all these are coming from the Clerk documentation. Please feel free to check this out. Let's say set active. If we got this and if create session ID existed, we would like to say set active with the session created session ID. This will basically authenticate the current user. And once we are authenticated, we can just replace the current screen with the home page, which is going to be tabs, right? Okay, just like that. In the catch, we can just put a console log and we should be good to go. Let's say this is going to be error. Okay, I'll save and let's click to this. Here we go. It says Expo wants to use google.com. Let's just say continue. We should be able to see our accounts. So these are the things, like these are the accounts that I have added previously, and the language is Turkish at the moment. Let's just make it to be English so that everyone is happy. Okay, so let's just try to log in with this one. Let's say continue. Okay, since we are just authenticated, it takes us to the feed page, right? You just go into the home page, or home screen, I should say. If you visit your dashboard, you should be able to see that you have a user that is just logged in, which means everything is working correctly. Okay, but now if we restart our application, what is going to happen? It will still take us to the authentication page. It is because in our root layout, let me close everything. In our root layout, we don't really have any check for the authentication, right? We always take the user to the login page or login screen, but we should fix it, right? In our root layout, before our application started, we should check if user is authenticated or not. Depending on that, we should take the user either to the login page or to the related page, right? So for this, I would like to go ahead, create a component so that I can put the logic specifically into that file. So I'll just say components. The name that I'll come up with will be initial layout.tsx. You can call this anything, but I think this makes sense. So I'll say RNF, which will be a functional component. And here we don't really have anything related to React Native because we are not going to return JSX, right? Let's just delete this. This will be a component where we handle the authentication and navigation. Let me zoom in once again. Okay, so first I would like to get some stuff from use auth from Clerk. So what can we get from here? Let's say we would like to check if Clerk is loaded, right? You can read the description. A boolean that indicates whether Clerk has completed initialization. Initially it is false and it'll become true once Clerk loaded. And we can check if user is signed in or not. Then we can get the segments. Let's say use segments, and you're gonna see what that means. Basically, it will give you the segments of the current screen. So if you're in the home screen, if you're in the login screen, if you're in the notifications, so on and so forth. We're gonna see this in a second. And let's say, okay, we'll get a router. I'll say use router coming from explorator, because as you can tell, we'll be doing some navigations. And here I would like to have a use effect coming from React. Even though this is React Native, we can still use React. As you can tell, we have talked about it previously. It is really, really similar to React. On top of React, you just have a couple of different concepts, right? And now in this use effect, we would like to check for some stuff. So first of all, I'll say if Clerk is not loaded, just return, don't do anything. And here we can add is loaded. We'll say is signed in, and we can add the segments. So if any of these changes, right? If any of these changes, this use effect should run once again. And now I'll get a variable. I'll say if we are in the auth page, and this is how we can check for it. We'll just say if segments of the first item is equal to auth. If this is the case, that means we are in the auth page. And since we don't really have pages, let's say in auth screen, let's say if user is not signed in, and if user is not in the auth screen, which means they should be navigated to the home page or to the login page. My bad. We'll say router.replace, take them to the login page. And in the same way, if they are trying to cheat, so let's say else if user is signed in, and if they are still trying to visit the login page, we're gonna just take them to the home page, right? And at the end, we'll say if it is not loaded, we can just return null, or we can return a loader component. And here, if everything is done successfully, we can just return the stack. Let's get this, and we'll just say screen options header shown to be false. Okay, so If user is authenticated and if they visit, let's say, home screen, or if they visit notification screen, we are never going to hit any of these if checks. We will just take them to the related screen. And now we'll go ahead into this layout. Instead of having this stack, we will have the initial layout. So previously we had stack as it is, but now we have put it here. On top of it, we have added the authentication logic that will do the navigation. So I hope this makes sense. Let's get the initial layout, save it, and now here we can see, since we are logged in, it takes us to the home page. I'll go ahead and refresh. Like, we are by default in the home screen, even though our index file says take the user to the login, right? Since initial layout runs, we are in the actual home screen. Okay, so let's quickly close everything and reiterate what we have done so far. Then we'll just move on with the next section. So we have set it up Clerk. We just need to get some environment variables. We need to set up this cache.ts file, which is something that we don't really need to understand completely. This is something that Clerk needs to be able to handle the authentication securely. And then we have built a login page with a really cool design, and we have added this function called handle Google sign-in, where we just use the Clerk functions, and once you are authenticated, we take the user to the home page. And in the initial check, we have a component called initial layout that will do the authentication navigation, right? If user is not signed in, and if they are not in the auth screen, they should be navigated to the auth screen. In the else case, they should be in the tabs page, and if none of these are correct, then we are going to hit this return statement where we'll show the related page. Okay, and we have wrapped our entire application with these Clerk providers, and we have the initial layout check in the root layout, right? Okay, so I hope this makes sense. This might look a little bit complicated, but if you think about it, if you go step by step about this code base, I think it should make sense. So I would say pause the video and take a look at the code base. Try to see what we have done so far. It should take around 5 minutes, and then in the next section, we're going to go ahead and integrate a database to our current application. Alright, so this is where we left. We have integrated Clerk for the authentication, and now it is time to have a database. And for this, we'll be using Convex. You can find the link in the description. They have a free plan that we can use, just like Clerk. So let's go ahead and visit that. Before we try to log in and create an application, just know that Convex can be used as your entire backend. And actually, in this project, we'll be using it as our database, which works in real time out of the box, and we'll be using their file storage to be able to store our files, such as our post images, right? And there are a couple of different concepts like queries, mutations, actions, so on and so forth. We'll get into them, right? So I would like to just go ahead and log in. If you don't have an account, go ahead and create one. You don't really need to pay anything. Once again, you can create a project from here, but what we would like to do, actually create it from the terminal. So I'll open up my terminal. Let's kill this with Command or Control C and clear this up. We would like to say npm install, let's say npm install convex. And by the way, you can take a look at the documentation as well. Let's say documentation.convex.dev. They have a bunch of different SDKs. In our case, we would like to have React Native with Expo. So we already have an Expo application. We would like to just install Convex and run this command. Let's see what this will do in the terminal. Now that we have this ready, let's go ahead and paste this in. If you're using this command for the very first time, it will ask you to log in to your Convex account. But since I am already logged in, it asks me to create a new project or choose an existing one. I would like to create a new project. So I'll just select this, press enter now. We can give it a name. So I'll just say Spotlight app. Let's just auto accept that. And we would like to deploy this on a cloud environment. So I'll just select this one. It will go ahead and create a project for us. Now it says it is ready. Let's take a look at it. There we go. In real time, it works. We got the Spotlight application. And here we don't really have like any tables, but we would like to create a couple of different tables, right? Such as one for users, posts, notifications, likes, so on and so forth. Okay, but first we need to handle the authentication as well. So what do I mean? You might say, okay, we already handled that, right? We got the clerk, it is working. So that's correct, but we also need to connect that authentication service with our database. Because at the end of the day, if you think about it, Clerk and Convex are two different services. When someone signs up with Clerk, we need to let our database know about that user so that we can store it in our database. So let's try to see in the documentation. We are going to take a look at the authentication, specifically with Clerk. Okay, so this tells you to go ahead, sign up to Clerk. This is something that we already done. We have created an application, and now it says you should create a JWT template. So let's go here under the configure and make sure you selected the correct application. So configure JWT templates, create a new one that is matching with Convex. Okay, just copy this issue URL, save this, and let's take a look at the next step. They tell us to create an auth.config.ts file. And by the way, when we run this command, I don't know if you have realized it, but we got a Convex folder, which is the place that we're going to put everything related to our database, which is Convex database, right? So let's go ahead and first handle the authentication under this auth.config.ts file. So I will paste what I have copied for a second. We'll be using it, and copy this entire thing, paste it below, and we would like to change this part with what we have right here. So let's cut it and paste it. Okay, this should be good to go. This is something that we had to do, around 8 lines of code. Let's close this file. Let's see the next step. Okay, they tell you that you should be running this now to be able to deploy your changes, but we already have this open, right? Now it just says Convex functions are ready. So keep this in mind. From here and out until the end of this tutorial, you would like to have 2 different terminals open. One would be running this npx convex dev. So every single time we should have this npx convex dev running, because when we add a function that is related to our database, it will deploy our changes to Convex. And then we are going to run our application with npx expo, right? I'll just run this in a second. But first, let's see the other steps. So here, this is the guide for Clerk React, but in our case, we are using Expo, so we don't really need to install this, I believe. Let's try to see how we can make this work. You can see in the main.tsx, they wrap the entire application with Clerk provider as well as Convex provider with Clerk. So let's try to do this, but instead of app, we would like to wrap our layout, right? Our entire application. So I know this might sound complicated, but let's just try to see it. I would like to wrap, or I would like to create a folder called providers to keep our code base clean. And I will say Clerk and Convex provider.tsx. So basically, instead of having this Clerk logic here, I would like to take this and put it into its own file. So let's try to build this file. So let's try to build this file. I promise it'll make 100% sense. So I'll just say RNF to get this code. Let's delete this imports. We can delete this return statement. Instead of a view, we would like to get the Clerk provider, which is going to be coming from Clerk Expo. And this is the exact same thing what we have done here. We would like to get the token as well as the publishable key. Let's try to import these. Basically, I'll just cut this from here, get it, and then let's get the token cache, get the Clerk provider. Okay, now inside of this, instead of just having the Clerk loaded, we would like to have the Convex provider as well. So I'll say Convex provider with Clerk. I think it should be provider with Clerk, just like this, and we will be importing this from here. Okay. Now this gives us an error because if you take a look at the documentation, this takes a client as well as a use auth. So let's try to add those. Here I'll just say use auth. Here we'll get the use auth from Clerk Expo. Then we'd like to add a client. Let's try to create it above. I will copy this. So this is coming from documentation. Convex React client should be coming from Convex React. Okay, just like this. Let's try to import it. There we go. And we are using public convex URL. This is coming from the .env.local. When we run this command in our terminal, we got these environment variables. Okay, just keep that in mind. I forgot to show you this, but these are the things that we have in the .env file. Okay, then we'll go ahead and add this convex client right here. Then we can just say once Clerk is loaded, we can wrap our children with it. And this children will be coming here as a prop. We can say children will be type of React node. So what we have done so far is basically we took this entire part, put it into its own file, into its own component, and on top of it, we have integrated Convex with it, right? So we can basically go ahead, delete this part completely. We can delete the token cache, these imports, and we can wrap our application with the Clerk and Convex provider that we have just created. Now in our entire application, we can have the Clerk and Convex working together. And we have take this logic, put it into its own file so that our code base is a lot more readable and it is like organized. Okay, so with this in mind, let's try to delete this stack and save this file. Alright, so we are making a really good progress so far. We have integrated authentication as well as a database. Now you might feel like we are going a bit slowly. That's correct, but we are actually building a real-world application, right? So we just need to take care of every single step slowly so that we all understand everything that we do. Now we have database as well as authentication system. It is time to maybe just go ahead and define our tables. So I have said we're gonna have tables for users, posts, comments, so on and so forth, right? And since it is related to our database, we're gonna go into the Convex folder and we will define our schema. So let's say schema.ts. This is a special file that will make our code base to be type safe. So if you don't know what that means, it'll basically give us auto completions so that we don't really have any errors in our code. So it'll just be type safe as the name suggests. Alright, so let's just try to see how we can define our tables, how we can define our schema. I'll say export default and let me shrink the left hand side. We're gonna say define schema, which is a function. Let's say, let me just delete this. This is a function coming from Convex. I don't know why it did not import it by default, but it should be coming from Convex server. This will take an object and here we can define our tables. The first table that I'd like to have will be users. So we'll just say users define table, say define table just like this. It'll be coming from the same import from Convex server. This is a function that we're going to call, and we're going to put an object with the fields that we'd like to have. So each user will have a username, and this is going to be type of string. But this is how we can do it. We'll just say v.string, and we need to get this v from convex values, which is our validator. Okay, then each user will have a full name. So let's say v.string as well. So if this is something like John Doe, this will be the full name version of it, like this. Then we'd like to have email for every single user. Oops, let's say v.string. Every single user will have a bio, but this could be optional, right? So I might not have any bio. So I can just say v.optional, and it will be type of string. Then each user will have an image. This could be optional, but since users are logging in with Google, they will have an image anyways. So I'll just remove the optional field. And let's say each user will have some followers, which is going to be, say, v.number. We'll just store this as a value. In the same way, we will have number of followings. And in the same way, we will have the number of posts. Then finally, I would like to get a field called Clerk ID, which will be type of string. Now, why do we store Clerk ID in the users table? So if you think about it, Clerk and Convex are two different services, right? We have talked about this. When we authenticate with Clerk, when we sign up with Clerk, we will save the same user to our database. So let's say we got the user that has just signed up with Clerk. We would like to save it to our database, and we would like to keep a reference to this user. So we'll just add a Clerk ID, what it corresponds in the Clerk service, right? And this is the field how we can do it. When user signs up, we will add the Clerk ID of this user. And by default, users will have a field called _ID. This will be given by Convex. So if you have used MongoDB previously, it would do the same thing. So here, Convex does the same thing. And it gives you a creation time field as well by default, which is the created at date. Okay, now we would like to add some indexes which would help us for the querying later in the video. So we can just get a user by their Clerk ID, right? So I can just say add an index. You can call this anything. I'll call this as a by Clerk ID, and the field that we'd like to query with will be Clerk ID. So basically later in the video, we'll say, hey, give us a user. So let's say an example. Let's say get user by Clerk ID. Okay, let's just get this. Let's say we're going to call a function. We're going to put the Clerk ID. Let's say this 123, and it will give us the user with this Clerk ID. I hope that makes sense. Basically, index is used to have some querying. It'll just make it faster. And then we can add our other tables. So I would like to just grab and paste them one by one, and I'd like to walk you through it line by line. Okay, so we have the posts table, just like what we have here. We will define a table. Each post will have a user ID. This is the owner of the post. Then each post will have an image URL, because this is an application like Instagram. We have to have an image. And we would like to store a storage ID. Now this will be needed when we want to delete a post. And the type of this will be storage ID. This is something that we'll get later in the video. And here the user ID, if you have realized, is type of like user ID. If you delete this part, you can see it should be type safe. Currently it isn't. I don't know, maybe in the schema we don't really get it, but in other files we will actually get that. Then each post will have a caption, but it'll be optional, so you don't really need to add a caption. And we're going to store the number of likes as well as comments. Then we're going to get, we are going to add an index where we'll just say hey, give us a post by user, and we're going to pass the user ID. It'll give us the posts that match with that user ID. So if this index stuff doesn't make sense, once we use them, I think it'll be clear. Okay, then we'd like to store the comments, right? I'll just put the comments table. Let's define it. Each comment will have an author, which will be the user ID. And each comment will be made on a post, right? So it will be related with a post. We just put those types, those fields, and then we add the comment content itself. And again, we just add a query. Then we'd like to store the number of likes, right? Or like I should say, we're gonna have a likes table, and I'll just put it above the comments. Let's put a comma here. Okay, we'll have a table called likes. Whenever we like a post, we're gonna create a like document, which will have a user ID and post ID. User ID is the one liked, right? So it is the author, and the post ID means which post that we have liked. Then we can add some indexes. Now please let me just grab those. We should be able to query a like with the post ID, and so I should say, and then we should be able to get with the user and post ID. So once again, if this doesn't make sense, I think it should be really clear when we reach to the end of the tutorial, because we'll be using these indexes, and it should be really clear. Then let's get the follows table. In the same way, we would like to have a couple of different indexes. Let me go ahead and put it below. So we are defining another table where we have a follower ID and following ID. So let's say we have two different users, John and Jane. Now if John, let's say John follows Jane, that means John is following, and sorry, John is the follower, right? It follows the Jane, and Jane is the following. When John follows the Jane, we will create a follow document. We will say follower ID, we will put the John's ID, and following ID would be the Jane's ID. Now I'm just explaining it really slowly. It might be your very first time building a social media application, so I feel like I had to explain it. Then we add a couple of different indexes that we'll be using later in the video. Okay, then we would like to keep track of the notifications. So when you like a post, or when you comment on a post, or when you follow someone, we would like to send a notification. So let's create this table. I will say notifications, define a table with these fields. So each notification will have a receiver as well as a sender, and we will store them as IDs. Now notifications will have three different types, either like, comment, or follow. So you could simply go ahead and just say v.string. This is also acceptable, but just to make our code a little bit more clean, we can just force this, right? We'll say it'll be union type, and it will be one of them. So v.literal, it could be either like, comment, or follow. Then it will have two different fields, one post ID and one comment ID. Now these are optional. It is because if it is a follow notification, it is not related to any post. So it's not going to have any post ID, and it will not have a comment ID as well. But if it is a like, or if it is a comment notification, it will have these fields, right? And here, once again, we add an index. So we have one last table. Let me save to get this formatting. And by the way, whenever you save, it will take a look at this file and try to deploy your functions to your Convex dashboard. Okay, so the very last table that we'll have will be bookmarks. Let me just paste it. Whenever we bookmark a post, we will create a bookmark document with these fields. Okay, so I can definitely feel this might feel a little bit overwhelming, but basically these are the tables that we'll have in this tutorial, in this project, and we'll be using these indexes. Okay, let's save and take a look at our dashboard. if you say generate schema, I don't know why we didn't get that, but let's refresh this page. Okay, so I think I have visited the production. I should be visiting the development, right? Let's take a look at this instance. If you take a look at the data, you should be able to see all the fields, like all the tables that we have. And if you say show schema, like this is crazy. The code that we have just written in our local machine is now accessible on the web in the Convex dashboard. So this is the code that we have just written. And in the same way, we should be able to see our functions right here, but currently we don't really have any functions, which is something that we'll build next. So I have just said we're gonna build some functions, and specifically convex functions. Now you might be asking, what is a convex function? Well, basically any operation that we need that is related to our backend for our database, we're gonna build a function. To give you some examples, let's say if you want to get some posts, right? If you want to do a GET request, we're going to be writing a function called query, and it will, give us some response. So here it'll return us the posts. And in the same way, we have a different type of function called mutation, where we can use this for create, update, and delete operations. And here are some examples. If you wanted to create a post, we're going to build a mutation. If we wanted to update a comment, we're going to build a mutation. And in the same way, if we want to delete a post, we're going to build a mutation for it. So the first mutation that I'd like to build is to create a user, right? Let's say create user. This is going to be a mutation that we'll write in our Convex backend. And you might be asking why this is the case. So let's just take a look at it on a diagram. So currently this is the state of our application. We just signed up with Clerk, right? We have the user under our Clerk dashboard, but we don't really have a user in our database, right? If you take a look at it, we don't really have this user. So we need to take that user and create it in our database as well. And how can we make this happen? Well, there is a concept called webhooks, which is something really, really important for you to understand. This is not specific to React Native, or this is not specific to this application only. This is a general concept every web developer should know. So let's just see what they are in the first place. They are automated messages that are sent when something happens. And in our case, that something is when a user created. So we'll say, hey, Convex, when a user signed up, just send us an event to our database. We're going to take that user and save it to our database, right? So there is an event that Clerk has called user created, and we're going to listen for this event. And this will send only once for every single user, because they can only sign up once, and like later they can just only log in. So I hope that makes sense. It will send us an event that is called user created, and with this event they will also send the user information such as their full name, email, profile image, username, so on and so forth. And we're going to take this user and save it to our database. And let's try to create that function called create user. So I'll just visit VS Code. Let's kill everything. Under the convex, I will create a file called users.yes, and everything that is related to users table, we're going to put it here on this file. And let me just show you the documentation as well. So I'll just say convex functions. Let's go here, take a look at it, just in case if you wanted to check this out after completing this tutorial. So just remember that everything is actually coming from the documentation. So here we can see there are 3 types of functions that I have mentioned. One of them are queries, then mutations, and also there are actions. And you would use actions when you are talking with third-party services such as Stripe, OpenAI, so on and so forth. Now let's just try to build our very first mutation. So this is the syntax that they would give you. Let's just copy it. I will paste it into VS Code, but we're going to obviously change it. Okay. Well, let's actually delete everything that we have currently. I don't know why I copied it, but let's go ahead and try to build it from scratch. So we have a function. You can call this anything. In my case, I'll say create user. This is going to be a mutation, which is a function that we call, and it takes an argument. So here we can take some args. Let's just say if we wanted to create a user should have a couple of different fields. One of them is username. And if we want to see all the fields that we have, these are the things that we should take as an argument, right? So let me just get them pretty quickly. We're going to get the full name for the user because I think this is what we have in the schema. Then we're going to have an image. We're going to have a bio. So these are type of strings. This is also type of string, but there is one thing. This is optional, right? When user signs up, they'll not have a bio. So we're going to add the email as well. And finally, the clerk ID. Now this is not really happy with us because we need to add a handler function that will do the logic. So let's say async. This is going to take the context as the first argument, and then we're going to take the args. Now you might say, what is this context is all about? So by using this context, you can interact with your database as well as check the authentication. And with this args, you are able to access to these args basically. So let's go ahead and just say await. So basically we are trying to create a user in database. So we'll say await context.db.insert. Let's just find it. And we would like to insert something into the users table. And here we can see it is type safe, right? If you press Control space, you can see all the tables that we have. We would like to go under the users table, and we're going to add all these fields that we have, such as username, full name. Let me just accept everything. So these are the arguments that we have above, right? And on top of these, we would like to add the default fields, such as the number of followers, following, and posts. When users sign up, by default, they will be 0. Okay, now just before we create the user, we need to check if it has already existed, right? Because there might be some mistakes and this function might be called twice for a user. So we're going to check if a user existed already or not. And let's do it. I'll just say, well, actually, before we assign it, I'll just say await context.db. We would like to query something under the users table, and we're going to query it with an index. So I'll just go here, I'll say dot with index, and we have created an index called by clerk ID. And these are the other indexes that Clerk gives you. So if you take a look at the schema, this is the index that we have added under the users table. So we're going to say with index called by clerk ID, and here we are going to pass a callback function where we will take the query. So we'll say query.equal to clerk ID if it is equal to this argument. And this is going to give us a result where we can fetch it with first or unique. So it's the same thing. I'll go with first. And we will assign this to a variable called existing user, just like this. And I will say if existing user, right? If we have a user, just return and don't do anything. But if user is not existed, we're going to go ahead and create the user in the database. So I hope this makes sense. Now we are able to see how to create an index as well as consume it. We basically get a user with the clerk ID, and this clerk ID is coming from the arguments. Okay, so we have created this function, but how can we call it, right? We just talked about it on a diagram. When someone signs up with Clerk, Clerk needs to send us this webhook event. So we just need to set this up. And you can take a look at it from the documentation, but let me just walk you through it. We'll go under the dashboard, under the configure. We just need to find the webhooks. So where is that? I think, so for some reason I cannot see it. Let's search for it, webhooks. Okay, there we go, under the developers. We would like to add a webhook and specifically an endpoint. So let's say to be able to add this endpoint, we just need to get our convex URL under the .env. So I will go ahead, copy this entire thing called convex URL and just go here, paste it. Now, if you are adding an endpoint for webhook, instead of saying cloud, this should be site. And you might say, how do you know this? Well, basically, once again, from the documentation, let's say HTTP actions, convex, there we go. They tell you that you should use site at the end. Okay, and then there should be an endpoint that I'd like to listen. I'll just call this as Clerk webhook. You can call this anything, literally like hello, but it shouldn't, like it should make sense, right? So I'll just say Clerk webhook. And the event that I'd like to listen to, here we can see we have all kinds of events, but I'd like to listen for user.created. Okay, I'll just go ahead, add this. And we just got a signing secret. So this is really important. We should copy this and add this as an environment variable. Now, instead of adding it into the .env file, we will go ahead and add it into our Convex dashboard. So under the settings, under the environment variables, we're going to say Clerk webhook secret and add this value. In your case, it will be different. Please use your own because I will delete mine before I publish this video. Let's go ahead and save it. Okay, so now that we have set this up, let's go ahead and write some code to make this work. And I need to mention something. When Clerk sends us an event, we are going to take the user and save it to the database. But now think about it. Everyone can send you this kind of an event, right? We could have a malicious user. It'll just send you this event millions of times. And in that case, you just need to make sure that this event is actually coming from Clerk. So with this in mind, let's try to write our code. So I will create a file called http.ts, and we're going to build the logic in this file. So I would like to get a package. Let me just say npm install svix, which is used to verify webhooks. Okay, so let's wait for this to be installed. There we go, we just got that. And I don't have the Expo application running, but I'll just run this in a second. Let's try to build this file first. Now, first I'll get a couple of different imports from Convex, and we're gonna get this webhook from svix package. So let's create a router. I'll say const http router, and we're gonna call this. Now, I promise this code will make sense once we complete this file. Just for a couple of minutes, bear with me. So we'll say http.route. We're gonna create a route, and this will take an object where we'll say path will be equal to what we have just created, which was /clerk/webhook. So if you have created this something, you should put that name. In my case, this is what I have done, right? Clerk-webhook. Let's go back. And then the method type, it'll be post, as well as the handler function. So this is the logic that we're gonna put. And I'll just put it in line. If you wanted to, you can create a function outside, but it is not really important. This is not how it'll look like. Let's say it will be an HTTP action where we'll take a callback function, just like this, I believe. And instead of calling this rec, I'll just call it as request. Okay, now let's go ahead and create our function logic. So first things first, we just need to check for the environment variable, if it existed or not. Let's say const webhook secret. Let me just copy this and paste it because I'm a really slow typer and I don't really want to waste too much time. So we go under the process.env and search for Clerk webhook secret. And you just need to make sure that this is matching with what you have typed here, right? It should be exactly the same. Otherwise, it will be undefined. And here we'll just say if this webhook secret is undefined, we'll just throw an error. And then we just need to check for the headers. So as I've said, we just need to make sure that this webhook is coming from Clerk. So let's go ahead and first check the headers. So in this request.headers, there will be svix ID, signature, as well as the timestamp. And if any of these values are undefined, then we're going to throw an error, just like this, or the response will be 400. And we'll just say like no svix headers found. But if we have the headers, we can go ahead, do something else. We're going to get the payload from the request, and we're going to get the body out of it, just like this. And then we'd like to create a webhook. So I'll just say const webhook. We're going to call this class that we have just above, and we're going to put the webhook secret in it. Then let's just say let event. This could be type of any. For now, let's just leave it as it is, and we'll be using this event. Now I'll have a try and catch block. Here I'll just say verify the webhook, and this is how we can verify it. Let me please go ahead and get this. So we say webhook.verify. Here is our body, and here are the headers. If this doesn't throw any errors, which means it is verified successfully. But if it throws some errors, it'll hit the catch block where we'll get the error and throw a response. Okay, so far what we have done is to check for the environment variable, check for the headers, and verify the webhook. Okay, so this is what we have done. If everything went well so far, we can go ahead and actually save user to the database. And I would like to get the event type from this EVT that we have just created above. And here we can see, I was going to say this should be type safe. We can make it just in a second. Let's say event.type, and we'll just check for it. So I'll say if, so I have just accidentally paused the video. Let's move on. I was going to say if event type is equal to user.created, we're going to run this block where we can go ahead, grab all these fields that we have coming from Clerk. So we'll basically destructure it from event.data. We are getting the ID. Now here we have email addresses, but we're going to take the primary one. So here is how we can do it. We'll just say const email, because in a Clerk account, user might have a bunch of different email addresses. We're going to get the primary one, right? And then we can get the full name. So they have the first name and last name. We can combine them together, right? And then we can basically run a mutation. Oops, let me just go back. We'll have a try catch block. In the try, I'll say await context.run mutation. And here we'll just say API. This is something that we have imported previously. This is coming from the generated folder from Convex. And this is a folder that you don't really need to think about. This is something that Convex created for us already that will allows us to interact with our database. I hope that makes sense. We got the API, and from here we'll say API.users. Here we can see this type safe, and we can say create user. So we're going to call this mutation with some arguments, such as the email that we have above. We can put it either like this, or we can just shorten it. This is what I'll be doing. We will just add the full name, which is the name that we have created above. And we're going to put the image, which is going to be the image URL coming from Clerk. Now we can get the Clerk ID as well as the username. So let's say username, and how can we create the username for this? So this is what I'll be doing. Let's imagine the email of the user is equal to jondo@gmail.com. I will go ahead and get this as the username. And let's do it with the split method. I'll say email.split with the @ symbol and grab the first value, right? It will be this part. I hope that makes sense. And in the catch, we can console log an error just like that and throw a response with status code of 500. But if everything went well, right? If we don't really have any errors so far, we can return a response where we can say webhook processed successfully, and here is the status code. Okay, so I hope now this function or this file is making a little bit of sense. So what we have done, we got some imports, created an HTTP router that we are listening on this path with this post method. And here is the function logic that we're gonna run. We will take the context as well as the request. First, we just need to make sure that this event is coming from Clerk. And we have a bunch of different really cool checks so that our code looks clean and everything would work properly. So we check for the headers, check for the environment variable, we verify the webhook just like this. And for this, we have used a package called svix because this is something what Clerk uses as well. So that's why we have to use it. This is the webhook infrastructure. And then we have verified the webhook successfully. We check for that event that we have mentioned previously, extract the user data, and save it to our database. Now let's go ahead, delete the user from Clerk dashboard, and we'll try to sign up from scratch. Let's say delete the user, and maybe before we delete that user, let's try to sign out. I'll say npx expo, and I will open up my simulator. Let's say R, maybe I should press I first. Okay, it has been like created. Let's say R. Okay, why is this not working? Okay, so I just closed that application, pressed I, now it is bundling. We should be able to see our application. And let me actually show you how we can log out. I will go into the home screen, which was index under the tabs. Here, instead of this link, let's just say we are gonna have a, I don't know, let's just say touchable opacity. Let's give it some styles. Let's say we don't really have this button, but let's put it in line. I'll just say color. Do we have color? No, we don't. All right, so here I'll just put a text. Okay, just wait a second. This looks messy, but we'll make it work. Let's say sign out. I will take this styles, put it, and here I'll just say color will be, okay, what am I doing? It should be another object. Let's say color should be white. Let's save. Okay, we have this sign out button, and when we click to it, we actually want to get something from Clerk. So I think it should be use auth. Let me double check this. Can we have like sign out? Yep, we have. So here, when we click to this, so let's say on press, I would like to call the sign out function. Now TypeScript is not really happy with us. It wants you to put it like this. So let's go ahead and do it. Okay, let's save. If I click to this, we are signed out and our layout runs once again, initial layout, and it checks that you are not authenticated. It takes you to the login page, because we always say whenever the is signed in field changes, you should run this use effect, and that's why we are taken to the auth page. Okay, this is the function that we'll be using later in the video, but let's just have it for now in the home page. Okay, now let's go ahead and delete this user. Now when we try to sign up with Clerk, we should have the user both here and then in our database. Let's go into the data. We don't have any users, but let's make it work. I'll try to sign up with my Google account. So we just signed up. Hopefully it should be here as well. Let's take a look at the dashboard. Did we got the user? Okay, we have it. But for some reason, we didn't get that here. Let's see why this is the case. Now this is real-world programming. We could have some problems and errors, but we should be able to debug it pretty quickly. And I will not cut this part. I want you to see the debugging process. So I just went into my webhooks. I need to check why it failed. Do we have any console logs first? Let's take a look at it. Here we don't. Here it says bat request, hit an error while pushing, must have a, oh, okay, so as you can tell, we should have a default export of a router, which I forgot to do in http.ts file. So we should say export default this HTTP. So I'll go ahead at the very bottom of my file, I'll say export default, let's save. Now we shouldn't really have any errors. Okay, I'll go ahead, try to delete this user once again, and I'll try to sign up from scratch. The reason that I am deleting this, because this event is only called when user signs up, right? Let's go ahead, sign out. I'll try to sign up, and once again, just know that we don't really have the user in the database. I'll try to sign up with this account. Let's refresh. We have user in Clerk and in Convex as well, and it is working in real time. I didn't need to refresh it. Okay, so we got the bio, which is unset, but we have Clerk ID, email, these fields, everything that we have just put, right? And by default, you get this underscore ID field coming from Convex, as well as the creation time. Okay, awesome. That means our database now is in sync with the Clerk, right? You have just learned something really important called webhooks, and this is something that you can use in your other projects. You can talk about it in an interview. You can just say, I have built a project where I use webhooks to make sure my authentication service is in sync with my database, so on and so forth. So this is one of those use cases. And later in the video, we're going to see how we can check for the authentication in our Convex functions, but let me just quickly try to mention it. So here we can go into this under this context object. So you can say await, like context.auth. Here we can see we can get user identity, and this will check if user is authenticated or not. So here it says a promise that resolves to user identity if the Convex client was configured with a valid ID token. And this is related to authentication, right? So it will get the details about the currently authenticated user. And we'll be using this later in the video. So with that, that's gonna be it for this section where we have learned about webhooks. And just for your reference, I'll go ahead, visit this file, and here I'll just add a comment. What we are doing in this file, we just need to make sure that the webhook event is coming from Clerk. If so, we will listen for the user created event, and we will save the user to the database. Okay. Now we are gonna move on with the post creation in the create page. So instead of starting with the home page, we would like to first create some posts, right? And then we are gonna build the home page where we can fetch those posts and display them. So here, what do we need to do? So first things first, we need to create a convex function that will take the post details and save it to the database once we click to this button. And we also need to store the images, right? And for file uploads, thankfully we have a section. So if you visit the documentation, you should be able to see we have image uploads. And you can take a look at the documentation, how it is done, but I'll try to walk you through it with our approach and React Native and Expo. This is mostly for web, but as you can tell, it can be used with React Native as well. So we're gonna go ahead, visit VS Code, and before we try to build anything, I would like to provide you some styles that we are going to have in the create page. So under the styles folder, create this file called create.styles.ts. And I will go ahead, copy everything from my source code and paste it like this. It is around 100 lines of code. Let's take a look at it. Once again, we got the width, some imports such as dimensions, as well as the style sheet. And we built like really basic stuff that is related to CSS. We give paddings, borders, making stuff centered, so on and so forth. So this is not a CSS course. Once again, that's why I'll skip this, and we can use these styles. Now, just in case if you want to type this out, let me show you the entire file. So you can pause the video if you really wanted to and type this out, but this is not something I'll be doing. Okay, then let's create our convex function, and then we'll go ahead and build the UI. First, we just need to have it. Since this is related to posts, I will create it in a file called posts.ts. Now let's try to build our file. I'll just go ahead and zoom in. Let's get the simulator on the right hand side and try to build it. So first I'll create a mutation, as you can tell, because we would like to create a post. And whenever you need stuff that is related to creation, like update or delete, you would like to create a mutation. You can call this anything. Once again, I will create it as create post, which is going to be a mutation. Let's import it, open up our object, and give our arguments. If you want to create a post, you just need to add a caption. This could be optional. So let's say v.string. Let's import the v, and this could be optional. So let's say v.optional. And then we are going to take another field called storage ID, and this will be needed when you want to delete a post. Once we try to delete it, you will actually see this. This would be important. For now, we don't really need to understand it, but let's go ahead and create the handler function as well, which is going to be an async function that will take the context so that we can interact with our database and we can get the arguments. Okay, so as I said, we would like to upload some files. And for this, I will provide you a function that is around 3 lines of code. So it is called as generate upload URL. It is a mutation. So this is exactly coming from the documentation. Let me show you this. Okay, so this is the exact same function. Just on top of it, I have added a check where we check for the authentication. So we say context.auth get user identity. I have assigned this to a variable called identity. If it is undefined or if it is falsy value, we'll just say you're unauthorized. But else we are going to create an upload URL so that we can upload our image into. Okay, so let's go into the handler. Let's check for the authentication here and get the current user. So I'll just say const current user. And before we do so, I think we just need to get the identity. So let me try to get this part. And we are going to make this code look a lot better later in the video. We're going to build a reusable function to check for the authentication. But for now, I'd like to keep it simple and just give you the longer version. Okay, so we'll just get the identity. And if it is not defined, we're going to throw an error. But else we can get a user. So we'll say current user, and we'll say await dot like context dot db dot query the user's table with an index. So let's just put dot and go below. Say with index by clerk ID. We're gonna take the callback function just like this. Let me wrap it, and we'll say query dot equal to the clerk ID field to the identity dot subject. So this identity dot subject will give you the clerk ID. And okay, this has not any effects because we just need to say the get the first value. Okay, and we can add another check. If current user is not defined, we can say user not found. So I hope this is not any confusing at the moment. We will make this look a lot better later in the video, but for now, this is what we can do to get the user. Let me put it like this. Okay. So far we have done nothing related to creation, like creating a post. Now we can go ahead and actually try to do it. I'll say create post. Let's say await context dot db, and if we want to add something, we'll be using the insert method, and we would like to insert it under the posts table, and we can add our fields. So we're gonna put the user ID so that we know who's the owner of the post. Then we can add the image URL. Let's go ahead and paste this, but we don't really have the image URL at the moment. How can we get it? Well, we'll basically just say here, I'll say const image URL await context dot storage, and we'll say get URL. We're going to put this args dot storage ID. This will give us an image URL. We can just say if image URL is not existed, we can throw an error, and then we can say the storage ID, which is coming from the arguments. We're gonna put the caption, and each post will have 0 likes and 0 comments when they first created. So with this, now our code is happy with us. If we don't add this check, I think it'll be unhappy with you because TypeScript thinks this could be undefined or null. That's why we will add this check just to make it happy. So once we have created the post, we would like to increment the number of posts of the user, right? So I'll just go ahead and put this comment, increment users post by 1. So how can we do this? We can just say await context.db. Instead of saying insert, since we want to update something, we'll use patch, and the user that we'd like to update will be current user, and here is the field. We'll just say posts. Let's say current user dot posts plus 1. Okay, so this is what we have just done, and at the end of this function we can return the post ID, which would be coming from here. Let's say const post ID. This is what you get as the response, and we can return it. Okay, so this is our function. Let me just zoom out. What we have done so far is just to check for authentication, and if you don't add this part, I think this code will not be happy with you, because TypeScript cannot really know if this user is null. TypeScript don't really know if this is null in the database or if you actually have it. That's why we add these if checks, and we generated an image URL and create the post. Then we just increment the user's post count by 1. So this is the function that we would need. We will be using this. We are going to call this from the front end, which will be in the create page. Now let's go into the create page and actually try to build the UI. So under the app, under the tabs, we have this create.tsx file. Let me just zoom in and shrink this left hand side. So we would like to build this function where we just called the create screen. Okay, so instead of typing everything out, I'll just walk you through it like line by line. I promise I will explain every single thing that we have here. So instead of having this tutorial be 10 hours, by doing this, we can just have it like, we can decrement the size by twice, right? You can just double down that. So we're going to get the user from Clerk. We're going to get the router, because once we create a post, we would like to navigate the user to the homepage. And then each post could have a caption. Each post could have an image. When we select the image, it will be in this state. By default, it is null. So let's go ahead and import the use state as well. And I would like to keep a loading state so that I can show a loading spinner. And this will be true once we say share. Okay. Then we would like to get the current user, but more on this in a second. We would like to pick an image from our media library. So currently we have some photos in this machine, right? In the simulator. And how can we select these? So basically we will be using a package for this. Let's go ahead, open up our terminal and kill our Expo app. I will say npx expo install, and we'll just say expo -image -picker. So I don't really know if you can see it completely, but this is how that would look like. And anytime you're installing something from Expo, you would be using this part. But if you are installing it a regular package, you would say npm install and then the package name. So just keep this in mind. This part is really important if you are getting something from the Expo ecosystem. So with this in mind, let's go ahead, run this. Okay, why do I have it twice in the terminal? Let's run this now. By using this package, we should be able to select an image from our media library. Now that we have it, let's say npx expo, and I'll press R to reload this application. There we go. This is what we have at the moment. Now for this UI, I would like to get an if check. So I will say if there is no selected image, we would like to show this kind of a UI, right? A container that says tap to select an image. So let's go ahead and make this work. I will add this if check before the return. Now I know there's a lot of different things. Let's go ahead and import everything. So we're gonna get these styles from create file. We're gonna get touchable opacity, ion icons. Let's get the colors. I'll walk you through this code. And when we press to this touchable opacity, we're gonna call a function called pick image. For now, I'll delete it. Let's save and go into the create page. Okay, there we go. This is what we got. So we have a view with container style, and we have the header section where we have an arrow back icon, and then we have this text that says new post. And then like we are just adding this so that this is centered. If you delete it, this is how that look. So this is some dummy view. Then we have the entire touchable opacity. So it doesn't really matter if you press here or if you press here, it will always be pressed. And then we would like to call a function called pick image. So how can we make this work? I will basically provide you this above, and once again I'll walk you through it. So we're gonna get this image picker from the package that we have just installed. So I'll go above, I'll say import everything as image picker from this package. This is something that we have just installed, and when we press here, we're gonna be calling this function, which will go ahead, launch the image library, and the media types that we accept will be images. However, you can get the live photos as well as the videos. I'll go with images in this project. We will allow for the editing, and aspect ratio will be 1:1. You can change this, and quality, we will just decrement it a little bit to compress our images. And if it is not cancelled, we will set our state with it. So let's save, and here I'll actually console log the selected image. Say selected image and open up the terminal. Let's go ahead, press here. There we go, our media library is selected. If I say cancel, nothing will happen. But if we try to select an image, let's say choose, now we can see this is the file that is selected, right? And we'll be using this exact URL to be able to save this to our Convex file storage. Okay, so now that we know how to make the create page work, since we have a selected image, this if doesn't really run. Instead, we see this UI. Here it says create. This is exactly what we have. Now let's go ahead and build this UI, which is going to look like this. So when we select the image, we're going to see this UI where we see this header component, and then we will preview the image where we can also change it if we really wanted to. Then we'll have this write a caption section. But there's a problem with this, and to be able to solve it, we have a component. But first, I'd like to show you the video. What is the problem? So this is, let me show you. When we try to write a comment, here we can see the keyboard overflows the input, right? We cannot really see it. I'll press here, there we go, we cannot see it. We have the same kind of problem here, and to be able to fix it, thankfully we have a component. Instead of view, we're gonna have keyboard avoiding view coming from React Native. So open this up and close it. Then we are gonna add some props to make it work properly. And we can check for the platform. Let's go ahead, import the platform. We will say behavior will change depending on if user is on iOS or Android. On iOS, it will work with the padding, and in Android, it'll work with the height. Then we can give some styles, just like this, which is the container and the vertical offset. And again, it'll just change depending on the platform. Now, if you ask me, how do you know all these values? Well, basically, I have just tested them out before recording this video. And then inside this, we're gonna have our entire UI. So here I'll have a view. Let's turn this off. And it just has this content container as the style. Let's build the header now. I'll put my header that will go here, which is gonna be a touchable opacity. I would like to grab this, paste it, and walk you through it. Let me put it right here. So we have a touchable opacity. On press, we're going to reset our state, and it'll be disabled if we are in the loading state. Then we have an icon, which is close outline, and once again, it'll be like color will change depending on the state. Then we have a text. So basically, we are building this part. I hope it makes sense. Then on press, we're going to call this function, which is something that we'll build in a second. And to have a loading state, we are going to be using activity indicator, which is coming from React Native. So let's save. There we go. This is the UI that we have. If you say like go back, it will actually take you back. If you select an image, once again, you should be able to see this UI. Now, if it is true, we're going to have this activity indicator. So I hope this makes sense so far. Below the header component, we're going to build something else, which will be a scroll view. So let me go ahead and get this component, close this off, and import it from React Native. And we can add some styling. Now, why this is a scroll view, I will show you just in a second once we build this entire UI. So let's say the bounces will be false, keyboard should persist tabs will be handled. Then we'd like to have a view with some styling. And for this view, I'll go here. Let's just say we would like to have a view component. This will take styles. Let's say styles, or style, I should say. And this will be a little bit dynamic. If you want to add dynamic styles, you can use an array, just like this. We're going to say get the styles content. And if we are in the sharing state, if we are in the loading state, we are going to add this style as well, which will make the UI look like disabled. Then we would like to add an image section. So let me please go ahead and import it or add it. There we go. We'll get the image from React Native. Okay, so instead of getting it from React Native, I think I'll get it from Expo image. So let's say import image component from Expo image. So do we have that component, or do we have that package? I think we should install it. So I will open up my terminal once again, kill this, clear this up. I'll say npx expo install expo-image. Now, why are we using expo image component? It's because this package gives you an image component that makes images really optimized. So it is like the image component that we have in Next.js. So basically it is for performance reasons. So we'll go ahead, get the expo image, and we have added this part where we show the selected image. These are the styling that we have, and then we have this change button. On press, we're going to call the same function once again. So let's save, open up our terminal and start the application. I'll press R, or maybe I should press I. Okay, it should restart it. Let's try to select an image. Okay, here we can see image has been displayed. We can change it. And it just works as expected. And since we have this editing true, we can basically edit this. Okay, so below to this image section, we would like to add the input section. So I would like to once again get the code and walk you through it. So right here, I'll put a comment, let's say image section. And here we'll have the input section. Let's paste it. We're going to get a text input component. The rest is almost the same thing. So there is no reason to type this out all again from scratch. We are showing the user profile image, and we can basically write a caption. So here, why did we use a component called scroll view? It's because like here, I think we cannot see it, but if we had like multiple lines, let me try to add those. We can scroll through it in our phone, and we can even add like offset, I believe. Needs offset. Let's say content offset will be, I don't know, 50. Does it have to be string? Okay, so it says point prop. So I don't really know how to use this because I haven't used it, to be honest. Okay, we should give X and Y, I believe. Okay, X, let's say 0 will be, but Y, let's say 100. So as you can tell, we have some offsets, and like I just literally learned it with you today. And how did I learn it? Like when you hover over this, I just saw this X and Y, and when I had 50, so here on the error, I just saw this X and Y, and that's why how I realized there is this X and Y fields. So I'll just go ahead and just say Y will be 100. Okay, so just because of this scroll view component, we are able to make it work like this. So let's go here. I think I also need to X field. I'll make it to be 0. So we can basically add more stuff and scroll through it. Here it doesn't really work as expected, but in your phone you can imagine with your finger you can basically scroll it and see the entire view. Okay, so this is what we have built for the return statement. Now when we say share, nothing happens, right? Let's just press that. Literally nothing happens because we don't really have a function for that. And let's try to build it now. So this is a quick pause that will take around 1 minute. I'd like to mention something, and I am recording this from the future because we have some potential issues. So the first things first, if you want to see the keyboard when typing this out, in the simulator, you need to press Command-Shift-K, and all of a sudden you will see the keyboard. But now we still have this problem where keyboard is overflowing with the content. So we thought we have fixed the issue by using this component, but it didn't really fix it completely. So I found a solution. Instead of using 20, we'll go with 100. And let's save. Now let's try to see this in action. There we go. We have 100 pixels of offset, and we can see this in action. That is working. In Android, we don't really need to add any offset because by default, the keyboard will be avoided. So you just need to keep this in mind for iOS specifically. Okay, so that was something that I wanted to mention. Just keep this in mind and let's move on with the video. So we need to find this button called share, which is going to be under this touchable opacity. Let's see where that is. Okay, it is this one. And we're going to add this onPress handle share function. And let's go ahead at the very top, try to add this function. So first things first, we need to get the generate upload URL function, which is something that we have created here as a mutation. And in Convex, you can just say use mutation. If you want to consume it, you can say API dot whatever the file that is. So under the posts, we have this mutation. And I would like to call this as generate upload URL. And in the same way, we can get the create post function. So I'll just say create post, which is a mutation. That's why we say mutation. Later in the video, we'll learn things about queries. So we'll say use query, but for now it is a mutation. And under the posts, we will call this as create post. This is what we had. And then in the handle share function, it is something that we need to build. Let's say const handle share, which will be an async function. And let me walk you through it. Now, first things first, we'll just say if there is no selected image, then just return out of this function. Don't do anything. But else we can open up our try catch statement and just say we are in the loading state. So we'll just say set is sharing to be true. Then we're gonna get an upload URL by calling this mutation, right? And then we need to get an upload result by uploading our file. And to be able to make this work, I will get a package. So let's kill this, clear this up. I'll say npx, oops, let me make it full screen, npx expo. So here is the entire package name. I just paused the video and take a look at my notes because I was not able to remember that, but there we go. It is called as expo file system. Let's go ahead and install it. By using this package, we will be able to upload our images really like performant way and clean. Let's start our application. Press R so that it would reload it. And here in this function, we would like to get an upload result. I will go here below, paste this, and walk you through it. We need to get the file system as an import, just like what we have done here. So we'll say import everything as file system from this package, and by using this, we can upload a URL, right? Or upload an image to this URL that we have. What are we going to upload is this selected image. Our method is post. This is the upload type. We basically have this binary content, and the meme type is image JPEG. Then we can go ahead, just check for the status. We'll say if status is not equal to 200, which means something failed, but else we can get the storage ID from this upload result. And then we can call our mutation. So it'll be await create post, and we're gonna add our fields, which we have the storage ID as well as the caption. And if everything has done successfully, we can take the user and push it to the homepage. So let's say /tabs. And in the catch, we can basically just say console log error sharing the post. You can handle this in a better way, but this is how I will leave it. And finally, we'll say set is sharing will be false. Either we succeed or we fail. In either case, the loading state should be false. Okay, let's save and test this out. Now, hopefully you didn't get really confused with this package. This is how we can easily upload images, easily upload files by using Expo. And this is one of those packages that Expo gives you out of the box. Okay, so let's go ahead, select an image. I'll say choose this one. Let's say first post. Let's say first post and share it. We have the loading state for a second. Once it is done successfully, we are taken to the homepage. Let's double check under the posts. We should have that. And here, by the way, I don't know why we got the exact same user twice. Looks like we have a bug that we're going to fix. But here we can see this user has one post, right? Under the posts, we can see this is the post, and we can go into the files. We can see this file. If you hover over this, I think this is going to give you the preview. So I think it was giving me the preview, but right now it doesn't. But you can take a look at it. We have just installed it. Okay. So this is what we have stored in our Convex storage. So this is how we can create posts. Let me pretty quickly walk you through it, what we have done and how it works from start till the end. So first, when we visit this page, we hit this if check where we say if there is not a selected image, then please show this UI. And when we click to this, we basically call a function called pickImage, and it is going to launch our image library. It will allow us to select images, and we have some props to add our own customization. And if an image selected successfully, we're going to set our state with it. So I will go ahead and select it. Now that we have a selected image, we are not going to hit this if check, but instead we are going to hit this return statement, which is going to show us this kind of a UI. And when we click to this button, we are calling this handle share function. And here we are calling two different mutations that we have. And we have created these in this file. One is to generate an upload URL. We just got this from the documentation and added our authentication check. And then we have our own create post function where once again we check for the authentication. We get an image URL. Then we create the posts in our database with these fields, and then we increment the user's post count by 1, right? This is what we have done. And let's save this file. Then here in this function, we are basically consuming those mutations. And on top of everything, we have used a package called file system. This is coming from Expo. This allows us to upload images pretty easily, and it is really easy to use. And if everything has done successfully, we take the user to the home screen. So I hope everything that we have done in this section makes sense. You can pause the video and just analyze the code base for 5 to 10 minutes. And once you're ready, we can move on with the next section. And I have just realized we have an error that is related to users. So I don't know why we got this user created twice. I think this will never happen again. When we were developing, we got this issue. But let's go ahead, delete all the users, and I'll delete all the posts that we have. And let's try to sign up all over again, just to make sure that this is not happening. If it is happening, we have to debug this. So I'll go here into my simulator. We need to sign out from this account, and let's try to sign up. So we just signed up. Let's see. We got the user here. Let's refresh. We should have it in the Clerk dashboard as well. There we go. I would like to log out and log in once again. And in this case, it shouldn't really create this user. Okay, so we didn't really get this, and we don't need to refresh it because Convex by default is working in real time. And let's try to create a post. So I'm just doing this for the debugging purposes, just to make sure that the same user is not being created twice. Okay, so we got the post, but this did not create it once again. It just updated the post count. So I don't really know why we got the same user previously twice, but now it is working as expected. Okay, so with that, that's gonna be it for this section. Now let's move on with the home screen, which is going to be our feed. So we would like to build this header section, below to it the stories, and then we would like to fetch the posts that we have in the database. So let's go ahead and start with our query that we'll build with the Convex. And then once we build the UI, we're gonna go ahead and fetch the posts. So first I'll go under the Convex. We have this posts file, and we would like to build a query. Let's say export const get feed posts. Now this is going to be a query because we would like to fetch some data. We would be using mutations to update some data or create and delete, but queries will be used to get some data. Now in the same way, we can add arguments, but we don't really need to add. We would like to basically fetch all the posts. So for that reason, I'll just put a handler function. Let's say this is going to be an async function where we'll put the context as the first argument. Once again, we can get the arguments, but we don't really need it for this function. So we'll go ahead and try to build the logic. So in the same way, so here we have tried to get the current user. So what we can do is copy this and paste it here. This will check if user is authenticated, and it'll get the current user. Now, instead of doing all this again and again, we can go ahead, take this and make it a reusable function. So I will cut this entire thing, visit my users file that I have as part of my Convex functions, and I'll create that helper function. So here, this is not going to be a mutation or query. This is basically an async function that I'd like to call as get authenticated user. And let's try to paste this in. Okay, so we just put the entire logic where we return the current user if there is no errors. But the only thing that we are missing is the context, which we can get as an argument. But what is going to be the type of it? So it could be either a query context or it could be a mutation context, right? So let me just grab this mutation context. Okay, and we are importing them from generated server. So let's try to save it. Once again, what we are doing here is the exact same thing what we have here. So I will delete everything that we have because I will call my function called get authenticated user, and I will await this, and I will add my context into it. Then what this gonna give me will be the current user. Okay, so here this is a context going from the mutation, and now we will take the exact same thing, but this time this context is coming as like from the query. That's why we said type could be either query context or mutation context. So I hope this makes sense. Like I'm trying to go really slowly just to make sure that we are getting familiar with the convex. Once we understand these, we can just speed up with these functions. Okay, so now that we got the current user, we would like to get all the posts. So I'll just say get all posts, and here we can say const posts will be equal to await context dot db. We would like to query our posts table, and if we don't really have any queries, we don't really need to, just add things like with index, so on and so forth. We would like to get everything, and I would like to order this in the descending order, and let's just say collect everything. Okay, so now that we have all the posts, let's add a check. I'll say if posts dot length is equal to 0, we'll say return an empty array. And then we can finally go ahead and just say return posts. If you think this is the entire function that we need, you are wrong. Let me tell you why. If you hover over the posts, you can see we have a bunch of different fields. And the most important thing is the image URL as well as the caption. But there are some stuff that we are missing. If you just take a look at this post, you don't really understand if we liked it already or not. And depending on that, like we need it, because depending on that field, we are going to show this as filled. And if we bookmarked it already, we will make this to be filled as well, right? We will just have this as a different color. So let's go ahead and try to actually build that part. So instead of returning the posts immediately, I'll say return posts with some info, right? And let's try to build it. I will go ahead, just say enhance posts with user data and interaction status. Okay, so let's say const posts with info, and we would like to do this in a promise.all because we're gonna run an array. So here I'll just go inside and I will say posts.map. We would like to get each single post, and I will wrap this with an async function, just like this. Let's say async post and call this arrow function. Now, what do we really want to do? We would like to get the post author first, because if you take a look at the post, you only have the user ID. You don't really have the author image or author username, right? We need to get this data so that we can display it on the UI. So we're gonna go ahead, use this user ID, and from that, we are gonna get the post author. So let me just type this out. We'll say post author. We would like to say await context.db.get, and we're gonna say post.user ID. So this is gonna give us the post author. And then we would like to check if we already like the post or not. So I'll say await context.db. We would like to query something from the likes array. Here I'll go ahead and just say with index. And if you remember, we have an index for this by user and post. We're gonna get a query. And basically I will say if query dot equal to, here is the user ID, which is the current user ID. Let me give space. And then we'll say equal to, I think this should be inside. And we're gonna add basically the other field. Let's say post ID, like this, is equal to this post ID. Okay, and out of this thing, we would like to get the first result. So I'll just say get the first one, which is going to give us a like document. So let's say const like. Okay, if this has existed, that means we already liked it. Let's save. This has been formatted. So in the same way, I would like to check if we bookmarked a post or not. So this is the exact same thing, but we are going under the bookmarks table. And then we would like to actually return an object. So below to it, I'll say return. We would like to get every single thing about the post, but on top of it, we would like to enhance it. So we would like to add the author info. So I'll just say author object, where we will add the author ID, post author dot underscore ID. Then we would like to add the username, which is going to be post author dot username. Let's get it. And finally, we would like to show the image of the author. So post author dot image. Okay, then the very last two fields that we need to add, if we already liked it or not, let's say is liked and is bookmarked. Now, like is an object, right? We would like to convert this into a boolean, and we can add two bank operators. So this is a basic JavaScript trick that you can keep in mind. And with this, that's gonna be it for the entire file, right? Let me just make this to be entire screen and zoom out so that you can see the entire function. So we got the current user, we got all the posts, and if it is empty, we're gonna return an empty array. And then we would like to enhance the posts so that we can actually extract the author information, as well as if we already like the post and if we already bookmarked it, depending on that, because we will update the UI. And this is how we basically did it. We used our indexes that we have created previously. And yeah, so exactly that's what we have done. We are returning the posts with info out of this function. And now it is time to go ahead and build the UI, then call that query. So I will visit the feed. Let's say this is the file. Let me make this look like that. We will go under the app tabs where we have this index. And I'll delete everything that we have here, which is the only sign up button. We are going to still keep this sign out at the very top. We are going to keep this view with this style. Now on top of it, we would like to add the header section, which is going to be this part. We have the logo as well as the logout button. So let's see how we can make this work. I will basically copy and paste it. It's around 5 lines of code. And for the styles, we need to add a file. Let me go ahead and provide this to you. So I will just say feed.styles.ts. I will grab this from the GitHub repo. And if you want to type this out, I can show you the entire file. This is the longest one that we have. So you can pause the video and take a look at it. But I think we don't really need it. So here you can have the entire file. Okay, I'll just save. Now let's go ahead and import the styles, which are going to be coming from not auth styles, but let's say feed styles. Okay. Then we'll import the icons as well as the colors. Let's save and take a look at the output. Okay, this is exactly what we got. I'll just open up my terminal and reload this. So here we can see the text is a little bit different. And for this, we are using the header title with JetBrains Mono Medium. We didn't really install this font. If you take a look at the assets, let me show this. So we don't really have this font installed. This is something that we'll do later in the video. If in your case, you cannot see it highlighted like this, just ignore that. We are going to install it in a couple of minutes. Okay, so with this, now let's keep moving. Let's keep building. After the header, we would like to build the stories section. And in our application, the stories section will not really work, but I just want to still implement it with the hard-coded data so that you can see how to implement that kind of a component, right? So I will go under the components, I will create this thing, let's say story.tsx, and under the constants, I will provide you mock data.ts file. So I will go ahead and get that file. So we have around 50 lines of code for stories, and each object has an ID, username, avatar, which is coming from Unsplash, and has story boolean. So it's either false and true. This is a couple of different stories that we have, around 8 of them. Now let's save, and for the story component, let's try to build it. This is a basic function where we get the styles from feed.styles. We got a couple of different components from React Native. And then we have the story type, which is TypeScript specific. And we just have UI, no logic at all, just some styles with an image and a text. So I'll save this and let's go ahead, try to build the remaining part. So after this view, I would like to add a scroll view. Let's say scroll view component, and I'll explain why are we using this in the first place. So I'll just say the shows, let me actually copy it. So it shows vertical scroll indicator. We don't really want to see it, so I'll just say false. Then we would like to add the stories section. I will go ahead, save this, and let's go inside. I'll say stories. Let's paste this in. We're gonna get the stories from the mock data file, and let's get every single story, right? Now let's save. There we go, this is what we have. And here you can see, again, we just say, do not show the scroll indicator. If you say true, so it did not refresh, I'll just say reload. Okay, so I don't know if you can see it, but it is not visible actually. Okay, so like normally there should be this scroll indicator at the bottom, and here we are trying to hide it. Now I've used it in my phone when I was testing out. It is actually shown, but here I don't know why this doesn't show when it's true, but in your physical phone this will actually be visible. And I think because the parent has false, is it the reason? No, but this is vertical. Okay, so just keep that in mind. If you make it true in the physical phone, you'll be able to see a scroll indicator at the bottom. And if you make it false, it'll not be visible. And I will leave it as false specifically so that the bottom scroll bar is never shown in the horizontal direction. This is what modern social media applications does. So below to these stories and below to this scroll view, but still inside the parent, I would like to show my posts. So we would like to say posts.map, for every single post, show a post component. But we would like to create post component, and we also need to fetch the posts. Fetching posts is easy because we already created our query. So I can say const posts will be equal to use query, and we'll say api.posts and get feed posts. Okay, and we can add a loading state as well. So I'll just say if posts is equal to undefined, and if a query is equal to undefined in Convex, that means it is in the loading state. Okay, just keep that in mind. If it is undefined, it will be in the loading state, and if it is null, that means there is no value. So let's say return. In this case, I would like to return a loader component that we are going to create in a second. And let's say if posts dot length is equal to 0, in this case we would like to return a placeholder. I'll just say no posts found. And this is a component that we will be using only in this file. That's why I'll just scroll at the very bottom and create that component. So basically this is a view with a text that says no posts yet. And now we would like to build the loader component we are going to be using this in multiple places, so I will put it into the components folder. So I'll just say loader.tsx, and let me give you the styling. It is a really simple component. We have a view where we just show a large activity indicator. Okay, I'll save. Let's go back, try to import this, and then we would like to create the post component. So for a second, I will delete this, and I'll just say if this part is true, let's see what we're gonna see. Okay, this is gonna be the UI. In the loading state, this is what we'll see. And let's say if this part is true, if we don't really have any posts in the database, we're gonna see this text. And you can always change this and make it a lot better, but I'll just leave it as it is. Now let's add this post component into the UI, and we would like to create a file for this. That's going to be under the components. So I'll just say post.tsx, and let's say rnf, where we would like to build a post component. And this is going to be taking the post as the argument, or as a prop, I should say, right? So we'll just get the post, and here we would like to make the TypeScript happy. For now, I'll just say we're going to get a post. It's going to be type of any, but in a couple of minutes, we will put the actual type. And just to not forget it, I'll add a to-do. So I'll just say add the actual type later in the video. And the very first thing I would like to do is just get the feed styles. So I'll go ahead and import it. Then let's build the UI, and we're going to build the functionalities. So here under the return statement, I'll just delete this text. And here I would like to add a style with styles.post. And first, let's build the post header. I'll just add a comment just in case if you want to copy and paste it from the source code. So we're going to have a view component. Let's say this will have the style as styles.post header. And this is also type safe because it is able to see that file and read the content. Then inside this view, we would like to first put a link. So I'll just say link. And you might be asking why. Just imagine when we click to this section, it should take us to the profile of this user, right? So that's why we're going to go ahead and add a link. Let's say import the link from Expo router, and for the href, for now, let's just put /user and /123. Later in the video, we'll actually make it work. Now, this is not really happy with us, but let's just say for now, we're going to take the user to the, I don't know, let's say notifications tab. And to make this work, it should be looking like this to work properly. And then under this link, I will have a touchable opacity where we will show the image. So let me import this. We'll have the image, and you can import it from either Expo image or React Native. In this case, we'll use Expo image so that we can actually cache it and make it work performantly. So we have the source, which is post.author.image, style, content fit, transition, and then the cache policy. And then we're going to show the post author username. So let's save this, and I will open up my simulator. Let's go ahead, import the post and save. Hopefully we should be able to see our very first post. We don't have the content yet, but we can see who's the author. And then below to this view, we would like to put something else. I think still inside the view, but below to the link. So I will say show a delete button, but we only want to show this if we are the owner of the post. So again, I will add a to-do. Let's say fix it later. Okay, I'll just leave it like this. For now, let's just say we will have 3 dots, which will be a touchable opacity, ion icons, ellipsis horizontal, and we're gonna have this white color. If we are the owner of the post, we will see a delete button. And let me show you this as well, how it'll look like. So we are gonna have a touchable opacity with this trash outline. So I will delete that and bring this back. Here we go. This is how that look. And I can comment out this. We will be making this to be dynamic in a couple of minutes. And then outside of this view, we would like to put the actual image, the post image. So I will go ahead and get the image. So it is the exact same thing. That's why I am not typing this out. We basically get the post image URL and we cache this. And here we go. This is the post that we have shared in the previous section. Then below to it, we would like to put the post actions. So here I would like to have my post actions, which is going to be the buttons where we can like, or we can add a comment, we can bookmark, so on and so forth. So I would like to provide this section, which is around 10 lines of code. Let me save and I'll walk you through it. So we have a view. This is the parent view where we give the post actions. Then we have the left hand side, which are these two buttons. Okay, so we just show a heart outline and then chat bubble outline if I can correctly. Then we have the bookmark outline that is on the right panel. So after this view, we would like to, after this view, we would like to put the post info. Okay, so we'll go ahead and just check the number of likes and comments. So once again, I'd like to just paste it, which is around 10 lines of code, and I'd like to walk you through it. So we can already see some data. So here we say, be the first one to like this post. And we'll just say if there is a caption, then display it with the author info. Then we just say view all 2 comments. Later in the video, we'll make this to be actual number of comments. And then we just say 2 hours ago. But now there is an issue, if you can see, like we just need to scroll even more to be able to see everything. So here it is overflowing with the tab bar. And to make this work, we can scroll to the top. And actually it'll be in the index.tsx file. We'll go into the scroll view where we have this parent scroll view. I will add this content container style, and from the bottom, we'll just give 60 padding. Now, if we scroll to the very end, we can still have 60 pixels of padding, so we can have this area. Before this, just notice how we cannot really see everything clearly, right? It overflows. So this is another thing that you can keep in mind while using scroll view component. And now let's go ahead into the post.tsx, make these functionalities work, where we can like, comment, and add a bookmark. So we are going to start with the like function, but before, let's just handle this to do, where we would like to add the actual type instead of just saying any. So I will delete this line, and let's go ahead, make this to be, let's say, post props, which is going to be a type that we would like to create. So here we are accepting a post. Let's go ahead and get that. Now this post is extended, right? We just know that from the get feed posts, we are returning an object, getting all the fields that a post has, such as, everything that you see on the screen. And on top of it, we have the author information. And then we have 2 different Boolean values. So we would like to add these so that our post prop is type safe. And instead of typing this out, since we already know this, I will paste this and walk you through it. So each post will have an ID, which is type of post ID, and you can get this ID from a Convex generated data model. You can also say this is going to be type of string, but if you want to be really clear what you're doing with, you should say this should be actual type of post ID, right? And then on top of these Boolean values, we would like to have the author field, just like that. Okay, so with this in mind, everything should be working as expected. Now we can just say post, and you can see it is type safe. You can go under the author, and you can get all these fields. Now I think this is complaining. Here we go. So it says it could be undefined. And to be able to fix this, I will go here, and let me shrink the left hand side. So when we are getting the post author, it says this could be null. But we really know that if we have a post, we know that we have an author as well. So I'll just wrap this with brackets, and I'll just add a question mark or exclamation mark at the end, just to say this will never be null. We will always have a post author. Okay, let's save. Now we don't really have any errors. Okay, I hope that makes sense. We have just handled our to-do. and we can build our like function. So I will save this file, and since liking a post is related to posts, I will go under the Convex folder and visit the posts file, and we are going to add a function called, let's say, toggle like. I am calling this as toggle like. It's because this will both handle liking and unliking. So let's say this is going to be toggle like, which will be a mutation, and we would like to get the args, and here we'll just pass the post ID so that we know which post that we are trying to like. So just say it's going to be type of vid with posts. There we go. And we'll just say we're going to have a handler function, which will be an async arrow function, and we're going to get the context as well as the args. Okay, so now let's try to build the function logic. So first things first, we are going to get the currently authenticated user. And since we have this function already, we can just call it. Then we would like to check if we already like this post or not. So I'll just say const existing, and we're going to go into the likes table, and we're going to search for it. If we get a result, that means we already like this. And then we would like to get the post itself. So here we just get the like, we just check if we already liked it or not. And now it is time to get the actual post. So we'll just say context db.get and pass the post ID. Let's just add an if check. If post does not exist, we'll say post not found. And now depending on this existing state, we'll just say either we would like to remove the like, or in the else case, we would like to add a like. Okay, so if it is existing, it means we already liked it, where we'd like to now delete our like. So I'll just say await context db.delete. So basically go ahead, delete this like from the likes table. And then what do we want to do? Just go ahead, decrement the number of likes on this post. Okay, so we just say patch this post, and this is the field that we'd like to update. So that's gonna be it for the if check, and I think we can also return false. This indicates now the like state is false, right? So it means it is unliked. And then in the else case, we would like to basically add a like. As you can tell, we're gonna add a like into the likes table with this user ID and with this specific post. And then we would like to increment the likes count by 1. Now there is one more thing that we would like to do. If it is not my post, I would like to send a notification, right? So I'll just say, if it is not my post, let's create a notification. And how can we check this? Let me just provide the code. Let's save to get this formatting. So we basically say if current user ID is not equal to the post user ID, right? If this is not my post, go ahead under the notifications table and create a notification. And here are the fields. Type will be like. There we go. And finally, still inside the else statement, notice how we returned false in the if. Now here we'd like to return true. Let's say true. This will indicate this is now liked. Okay, so that's the entire function. Believe it or not, it looks like too much, but actually it is super simple, right? Okay. Just take a look at this. If you really wanted to pause the video, then we should be good to go. Now let's go into this post.tsx file and actually try to call this mutation that we have just created. So I would like to have a state first. So I'll just say const. This is going to check if we already liked the post or not. So is liked and set is liked. This is going to be equal to use state. Let me type this correctly. There we go. And we'll just say post.isLiked. And we can now create a function. I'll just say const handle like. When we click to this icon, we would like to call this function. So let's say async arrow function that we're going to build the logic in a second. And we can also keep track of the likes count. So here I'll just say likes count. It will be a state post.likes that is coming, as you can tell from the props. There we go. Now let's visit and find this touchable opacity where we have hard outline icon. but we would like to make this to be dynamic. So I will cut this for a second. I'll say if it is light, we would like to show a heart icon, but if it is not light, then we would like to show this heart outline. Let's save. I'll just make this to be true so that we can see the field state. There we go. And then we would like to change the color as well. So I would like to go below. And instead of having the white color, we'll just say if it is liked, it should be primary color, which is green, and otherwise it'll be white. Then on press, let's just save to get this formatting. On this touchable opacity, on press should call the handle like function. So let's go ahead and try to build it. So first things first, I will just say, give me a try catch block, and then I'll say await toggle like. And this is the mutation that we would like to consume. So let's say use mutation under the API, under the posts. There we go, get the toggle like. Let's say const toggle like. Now we can call this, and as you can tell, this is expecting some props. Wait, toggle like it should be. Okay, we are just gonna send the post ID. Let's say post ID will be equal to post._ID. Then after this, we would like to update the state, right? I'll just say set is liked. And now, is this gonna be true or is this gonna be false? I don't really know, right? We should get a response from this function. And this is actually what we have done. In the if and else statements, we just return the current state, either true or false. So here I'll just say const and assign it to a variable called new is liked, and we'll just set is liked with it. Then we can go ahead, update the likes count, just like this. In the catch, you can handle it properly or in a different way. I'll just leave it as a console log. So let's save, and hopefully this should work out. And also I would like to use this likes count in the actual UI. So I will go ahead and find the post info section. Here, instead of having this text, I will cut it for a second, and I will say if likes count is greater than 0, then we would like to see the actual count. Otherwise, we'll just see the previous text. Now let's save, and I would like to reload this application by pressing R in the terminal. Okay, so I'll go ahead like this. There we go, we have one like. And let's double check this. Here we can see our post got a like, and if we visit the likes table, we can see we just got a document. We can go ahead and try to unlike it. This should be deleted. In real time, here we go, and this post now has 0 likes. So that means everything is working properly. And since we just liked our own post, we shouldn't really have any notifications. Here we go. And now let's test out the notification feature as well. I will go ahead and log out, because I will try to sign up with a different account. So currently we just have only one user in the database, which is this one. Let's sign up with this, and I will like the other account's post. Alright, so looks like we got an error for some reason. Let's try to reload our application. Is this something that we just got in development, or... Okay, so we are gonna see if that error occurs anytime soon. Otherwise, we can just move on. At the moment, we can take a look at the notifications. We don't really have any documents. So I am logged in as a different account, and I will try to like the post of this user, which should create a notification. So I will like it. Like in real time, we got the notification. It is type of like, this is the receiver, this is the sender, and we can see this post now has 1 like. And we got that user in the database as well. Okay, so it seems like everything is working. Now if we try to unlike it, obviously we don't really want to delete the notification, so I will unlike it, and this is not being deleted, which is what we would like to have. And now you might be asking, okay, so if this is not my post, why on earth do I see this delete button? So this is just an icon. This is how we coded it. It is hard-coded. We are going to fix it obviously, but just know that currently if you clicked it, nothing happens. So this is a to-do that we left for the incoming sections. And next we can add the comment functionality. So before we start writing the comment functionality, I'd like to take a quick break and just talk about the performance issues that we currently have. And then I'll give you some resources that you should keep in mind while working with React Native. So first things first, let's see the problems that we have and how we can optimize them. So it's going to be under the home screen, which is what we have, and it's under the app, tabs, index.tsx file. Alright, so it is going to be related to posts. So for now, let's go ahead and just cut this. We're going to ignore this for a second and we're going to fix that as well. I'll just put it right here and comment this out, so as if it does not exist. And we're going to add it, as I said, just in a second. So what is the problem here that we have? Now, in a real-world social media application, probably you will have hundreds and thousands of posts. And what scroll view does here at the moment, when you map through it, it actually tries to render all of them at once. And this is a problem because your application might crash because there is not enough memory. So what we should use instead, called a component called flatlist. So this is something that I have mentioned, if you remember, at the beginning of the tutorial, and this is the time to use it. So what this does is to actually only render what is visible on the screen. So just imagine we have 100 posts, but currently we can only see one, right? We cannot see the others. So it will only render the one that you see. And as you scroll, it will render the remaining part. So currently we just have only one post, but imagine if in the database we had 100 posts, that would be the case. So scroll view tries to render everything at once, and flatlist instead does only render what you see on the screen. So I'll just bring this back, maybe the story section, and we are going to try to fix it. So let's save. So we're going to optimize the post section, but now for stories, if you think in your social media application, you will have, let's say, at most 20 stories. In that case, using scroll view is, I think, completely fine, because like if you render every story that you have at once, your application will not crash, right? But you could still use flatlist for this case as well. So once again, what scroll view does is to render everything that you have at once, even though if they are not visible on the screen. But on the other hand, what flatlist does only render you what is visible on the screen, and as you see the other elements, it goes ahead and render them. And this doesn't really cause any delay or anything, but it just improves the performance. So before we try to implement it, I'd like to give this as a note. I'll go into the root and I'll create a notes.md file so that you can have this as a reference at the end of this tutorial. Let me just copy it and paste it from my notes, shrink the left-hand side, paste this in. So these are the notes that I have prepared with the help of AI, just to make it look really clean and crisp. But I just double checked everything that you see on the screen is completely correct. So let's just go over it. You should use flatlist when performance is critical, because flatlist only renders items currently visible on the screen, and it saves memory and improves your performance. And when you have long lists of data, so basically what we have in the post section, right? When we are rendering potentially large sets of data. So this could be your feeds, search results, message lists, so on and so forth. Now we can read the rest, but basically you would like to use scroll view when all content fits in memory. So when you're displaying a small fixed amount of content and so on and so forth. I hope this helps, and we're going to add more notes as we go through this section. Alright, so now that we know the theory, but how the hell do we implement that, right? So we're going to go ahead, what I'd like to do, just ignore the stories completely for now. Once again, I'll just cut that and put it right here as a comment so that it doesn't really bother us. So for now, let's just think about the posts. Since we are not going to be using scroll view, we can basically go ahead and delete this completely and instead use a component called flat list. So let's say flat list imported from React Native, and this is going to be a self-closed component. And let's see how we can use it. So instead of doing like posts.map or stories.map, we will say this is the data that you would like to map through. And for each post, what do we want to do? We would like to render an item. So this is going to be taking a callback where we will take the item. So here you can see if you press Control space, you can see index, item, and separators. We would like to get the item, and for every single item, we would like to return a post component. And here we'll go ahead and add the post like this, because this post component wants you to add a post prop. But now we didn't really add the key, right? For this, there is a special prop called key extractor, and we would like to add a unique field such as the ID. And then we would like to add this previous prop that we have called show, I think it should be vertical, yes. So since this is related to posts, we don't really want to show that vertical scroll indicator. So I'll just say false for this. Then I also want to add this content container style where we give some paddings from the bottom. Okay, so I would like to just save it and let's see what we're gonna get. Okay, there we go, what we have. Let's just double check. I'll reload my application. So we can just see our posts just like previously, but now it is a lot more optimized and performant. But now we don't really have these stories, right? For this, we can go ahead and add another prop. So I'll just say list header component. And for this, we would like to return a component called, let's just say, stories section. You can call this anything, but this is the name that I'll be going with. Now let's try to cut this part and delete this comment. I will go ahead and create this component. So this will be an arrow function where we can immediately return what we have just cutted. Okay, so I think this is going to be like this. So we can just still go like this, but I want to make it a little bit more beginner friendly. So we'll just say return this part. And let's paste and remove the comments. Okay, so basically we have a functional component where we return a scroll view with stories. And we say this is going to be in the horizontal direction. Do not show the indicator, and this is the styles. Okay, so everything should be working as expected, just like previously, but now everything is a lot more optimized and performant because we are using flat list. If you really wanted to, you can still use flat list for this one as well, but since we only have 8 stories, I think this is completely fine to use scroll view. So that was the first thing that I wanted to mention. Now let's go ahead and talk about something else. So I think at the beginning of the video, I've talked about the pressable component versus touchable opacity. And so far we have only used touchable opacity, and it has a reason. So I would like to just save this file and go into the notes and try to add some notes so that you can have it on your source code as well. Let me copy everything and I'll just tell you the difference by reading this file. So before I read anything, just know that pressable is used in more complex situations when you need more complex interactions, and touchable opacity used for more simply, like for simple fade effects. And this is what we have used so far. We don't really have any advanced interactions, so we mostly used touchable opacity. But you can take a look at the entire thing. Once again, I just double checked everything that you see on the screen is completely correct. But basically, you would like to use pressable for complex interaction states, and both of them are used for button purposes. And pressable is a little bit more newer. Like in the old code bases, you're gonna see touchable opacity more and more. And it has a simpler API as well. So I think, and I hope this makes sense as well, there is one more thing that I'd like to talk about, which is the image component that is coming from React Native. And in this file, I think we are using the one that is coming from React Native, and there is another image component which is coming from Expo. So what are the differences about those? I think I have already mentioned that, but I'll just give you some notes which explain it a lot better. And once again, basically, you would use Expo image when you need some like a little bit more performance and for caching. And in our case, since we have high quality images, this is a social media application, we always want to have some caching so that images loads immediately. And we are using Expo images most of the time. And you should use React Native image when you need basic image display with minimal configuration and when you are trying to keep your app's bundle size smaller. Here are some edge cases that you can take a look, but this is the general idea that you should keep in mind. So with all these nodes in mind, we would like to talk about something else, which is about fonts. So currently, probably this is not what you see. Since I am running the demo application as well, this gets the font size and font family from the cache. So in your case, let me just pretty quickly show you. If we go here, if I delete this, so probably you're seeing the font size just like this. But in my case, this is coming from the cache. And let's try to actually install it. So when I first started with this application, I didn't really had this at all. Now I would like to go and show you this assets folder where we have some fonts. This is the default font coming with Expo installation, but we would like to add our own custom font. So first I'd like to give you the URL. Let me copy it. It's going to be coming from JetBrains. So jetbrains.com/lp/mono. Once you get into this website, you can download the font, which is going to give you a zip. And from there, you would like to find a file. So I have already installed it. I'll just show you which one it is. Let me try to copy and paste it into the fonts folder. Okay, so it's really simple. You'll go ahead and unzip that folder and grab this file, which is jetbrainsmono-medium.ttf. Now we just get this, but this doesn't mean we installed it into our application. We need to load it. For this, we'll go into our layout. So let me go back into the underscore layout, which is our root layout. And here we would like to load the font. And before we load it, I would like to talk about a concept or something called splash screen. And you might be asking, what the hell is that? So when you are trying to log into your application, right? So when you open this up, for a split second, you see the icon, right? That could be in Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, in any application, you name it. For a split second, you see this kind of a screen. And this is what we call splash screen, the loading screen basically. So for this, I would like to write some code that will handle the splash screen. So we're going to say, until our fonts loaded, just show the splash screen, and like once our fonts loaded, show the actual application content. So I hope I have explained it in a clean way. Let's try to see how we can make that work. So we'll just first say splash screen. Let's import it from Expo router. We'll just say prevent auto hide async, and then we'd like to load our fonts, which we can do it with the use fonts hook. And I think this is going to be coming from Expo. Let's say import let's say use fonts, which is going to be coming from Expo font. Okay, then this is the font path that we would like to load. So first, the name is called as JetBrains mono-medium, and this is the path that we would like to import it. So we'll just say require, go under the assets, under the fonts, and this is the exact same file that we have just installed it, which is going to give us a variable. So let's say const, we're going to destructure this, fonts loaded. So this is a boolean that we would like to check. Let's say if fonts loaded, then you should go ahead and actually say splash screen dot hide async. So once our font's loaded, we would like to hide the splash screen so that we can actually see the actual application content. And we don't really want to add it like this, but instead I will go ahead and wrap this with a use callback so that it is memoized and cached. Let's go ahead and import the use callback from React. This is on layout root view, and we're going to pass it into our SafeAreaView component. So let's say on layout, we would like to call this function. And if you are wondering what does that mean, what this does, basically it is invoked on mount and layout changes with. Okay, so let's go ahead and save. Now you should be able to see the exact same font that I have. If you cannot see, go ahead, maybe kill your application or press R. It should reload it, and we are able to see our font. Now for a split second, I'll just press R, like we can see the splash screen, right? This is the icon. Oops, let's just press once again. This is the icon that Expo gives you. You can see it from the assets, images, and it is this splash icon.png. Now you can use this completely, like definitely, but I have prepared something for you if you want to get it. I will go ahead, delete this one. Let me just say delete this, and I will provide the one that I have prepared. So I have just dragged and dropped it. It is again called splash-icon. This is the actual icon that I have prepared. And if you toggle the status bar visibility, you can see this is the recommended size, 1024 square. You would like to get this size for the splash icon. And if you ask like how did I make this open, it is Command Shift P, and I'll just toggle this so that it doesn't take any space. So let's open up the terminal. I'll press R. Hopefully we should be able to see the splash icon, but looks like we can't. So I will go ahead, just say Command C, kill the application and restart this. Okay, so for some reason this does not work. Maybe it is in the cache. It should be cleared. Let's see how we can fix this. Now what I'll be doing is to kill my terminal and clear this up. Let me shrink the left hand side. I would like to start my application from scratch, but clearing the cache. So I'll just say npx expo start -c. Hopefully this will clear the cache, as you can tell. Let's say R. Okay, still we cannot get this icon. I don't know why. Previously it has worked for me, but at the moment it doesn't. Maybe I should kill the application, restart it again. Okay, so it does not work. Let's go ahead and try to find another solution. So since it is not working as expected, let's take a look at the documentation. So this is something expected. They basically tell us do not use Expo Go to test your splash screen. You should get a preview build or production build to test this out. Otherwise, you might get this kind of conflicts that we just got. So we can assume that it is going to work in the production. And then here are some notes about a splash screen icon. This is the recommended size. This is what I have mentioned a couple of minutes ago. And then it should be a PNG file without a with a transparent background. And if you want to configure your colors, images, you should visit the app.json file where you have all kinds of configurations about your application. So you can change the Android icon, you can change the icon for all devices, and then for the splash screen. Now in our case, we would like to actually change these icons as well, which is the icon.png as well as adaptive icon.png. So you might be asking, what are these? So this is the main icon for our application, and adaptive icon is also like the same icon, but it is used for newer Android devices. So older Android devices will use this one, and iOS devices would also use this one, but newer Android devices are going to be using this adaptive icon. So what I have done is to actually prepare these icons as well, which is going to be the same thing with this one. So I would like to just copy this, paste it once again, and I'd like to delete the icon.png, and I'll delete this adaptive icon.png as well. So I'll just copy this, paste this once again, and I'll delete this adaptive icon.png. And I'll delete this adaptive icon.png as well. So I'll just copy this, paste this once again, and I'll delete this adaptive icon.png as well. So I'll just copy this, paste this once again, and I'll delete this adaptive icon.png as well. Let's say this will be icon.png and adaptive icon.png. Hopefully this should be our new icons. Now we cannot really see it, I believe. Let me just open up my terminal and rerun this. First we should press I. Okay, so I think this splash screen worked for, like, let me just double check. Okay, our splash screen now started to work, and if we take a look at the expo, can we just go back? If you press Command M, no, that was not correct thing. Let me bring this back. Is it Command D? Okay, we can go home. Can we refresh this? Okay, let's clear this out and restart once again, because I'm looking to if it is going to work with the newer icon. So I'll press Command D. Come on. Okay, why it does not work? Command D, let's go home. Okay, here we can see our icon also changed and it is working as expected. Let me give you some notes, and hopefully we're going to end this section. Under the notes, I'll get the notes about the icons. Okay, so here you have it. Icon.png versus adaptive icon.png. So this is the standard app icon that appears on most devices. It is the primary icon for your application, and this is the recommended image size. It is the same thing for adaptive icon, and adaptive icon has been introduced in Android 8. This is specific to Android devices. And if you don't provide these icons, your app will still work, but it'll use Expo's default icons. For a professional application, you definitely want to include these icons with your custom icons, right? Okay, there we go. The very last note that I'd like to include are some resources. So if you want to find hundreds of other third-party libraries, you can visit reactnative.directory. So let me show you this pretty quickly. So here you have a bunch of different packages that you can take a look, explore, so on and so forth. And if you want to handle some gestures, which are a great way to provide an intuitive user experience in an application. So there is a package for this as well. You can learn more about these under the documentation. And so you can add like different gestures like pan, tab, rotation, so on and so forth. And there is one more package that I'd like to mention, which is React Native Reanimated, where you can create smooth animations. So let's go ahead and take a look at the documentation. This is really common, like commonly used. If we just search for npm install React Native Reanimated, like weekly downloads is over 1 million, which is insane. And you would like to definitely keep this in mind while building applications. So these are some resources that I'd like to mention before we end this section. So with that, I'll see you in the next one. Now let's go ahead and implement comment functionality. Currently everything is hard-coded, and at the end of the day, we would like to have this kind of a model when we click to this comment icon where we can see the previous comments and we can add our own comment, right? So let's see how we can make that work. First things first, I would like to add my convex functions so that we can really consume those functions in a couple of minutes. You can put it into the posts.ts file, but I would like to actually put it into the comments.ts file. It doesn't really matter, but this is the convention that I'd like to use. Or not a convention, but it's just my preference. So let's create a function to add a comment. You can pause the video and try to do it by yourself and then watch my solution. Let's say this is going to be a mutation, right? We'd like to add some data. And if you want to add a comment, we need to get some arguments. Let's say the content, which is the comment itself, which will be type of string. Let's say v.string, and we should import the v from convex values. Then we would like to get the post ID so that we know on which post that we are adding a comment. Then we would like to have the handler function, which is going to be taking the context as well as the requests, arguments, not requests. let's go ahead, open up our function and try to build it. So I would like to get the current user with our function. Let's say await get authenticated user and pass the context as the argument. So we would like to get the post. Let's say await context.db.get, and we're gonna put the post ID, which is gonna return the post itself. Let's add an if check. We'll just say if post not found, let's throw an error. And by the way, you can also return a convex error. I think I haven't mentioned this, but this is also available. Then we'd like to create the comment itself. So we'll just say go into the comments table and try to insert a data, which is this one. This is the comment author, this is the post, and this is the content. Then this is going to give us the comment ID. How do I know? Well, when you hover over this, it will tell you that the return statement, it returns you the ID of the new document. Okay, so I'll just assign this to the comment ID. We would like to increment the comment count by 1. So I will go ahead, add it with a comment. Since we are updating, we'll be using patch. This is the post that we'd like to update, and this is the field that we would like to update, right? Post.comments plus 1. Then we would like to create a notification if this is not my post. So I'll go ahead, add my if check. I'll say if post.userID is not equal to my ID, I would like to insert a notification, which is type of comment, and here is the related data. And at the end of the day, we could return this comment ID from this function. So this is the entire mutation that we have. The other one that we would like to add into this file is to get comments, which is going to be a query. So I'll go ahead, just say export const get comments, which will be a query. Let's get this query from our imports, and we'd like to get the pass some arguments so that we know on which post we're going to get the arguments. And this will be post ID, which is type of posts, and we'll just say our handler function. Let's grab the context and arguments and try to build the logic. So we'll say const comments, let's say await dot context. Wait, why this is not happy? Okay, it should be like this. Context.db.query the comments table with an index. So I'll just say dot with index, and if you remember, we have a index called by post. So we'll just add our callback function. Let's say query dot equal to, this is the field, and we would like to collect all the posts. I mean all the comments. There we go. This is going to give us all the comments. Now there is one more thing we would like to do. So if you think we should just say return comments, let me tell you, my friend, you are wrong, because in the comments we have no info about the user. The only thing we have is the user ID. But in the comment section, we would like to show the user image as well as the user full name, right? And we need to just go ahead, fetch those info, right? And let me provide this to you. This is something that we have done previously, right? We just said posts with info. Now we'll just say comments with info. So we got all the comments, and we're gonna go ahead, map through each comment. And for each comment, we would like to get the user, which is going to have the full name as well as the image field. Okay, this is going to be our query that we'll be using in a couple of minutes. Now let's go into the post.tsx. I would like to create a couple of different states. Let's shrink everything. Just like likes count, I will duplicate this, and we're going to have something called comments count. And let's say set, I think we should say comments count. And this will be post.comments, just like that. And then I would like to have one more state just to check if the comments model will be visible or not. So I'll just say show comments, and by default this is going to be false. If this is true, we would like to show a model. I'll just scroll to the very bottom of the file. Just before this view, I will add a component called comment, let's say comments model. And this is a component that we're going to create just in a second. Let's say this will take the post ID. Let's say post.id. Is this going to be visible or not? will depend on the state called show comments, and when we close this model, this state should be false. So here is the function that we pass. And finally, once the comment has been added, we would like to increment the number of comments. So here it says set comments count. Let's see. It should be S. Okay, I had a typo. Now this should be happy with us, but we don't really have the component. That's why it crashes. Let's go under the components and create this .tsx. Let's say rnf, save it, and try to import it in this file. Okay, let's go ahead and try to build this comments model component. So first, I'd like to add my props as my type, right? So I'll just say type comments model, just gonna be a type. So here I would like to just copy and paste all these 4 values. So we're gonna have a post ID, which is gonna be type of posts ID, right? Then we'll get divisible, onClose, and onComment added functions. Then let's go ahead and say this is the object that we'd like to destructure. Now this should be type safe. Let's get all of them. So this is TypeScript specific, and we would like to have a state to keep track of the comment itself. So when we are typing in, we would like to have this state so that we can update it, and initially it'll be empty, as you can tell. Then let's try to get our query. So let's just say const comments. We'll just say use query coming from Convex. We'll just say API dot comments dot get comments, and this is taking an argument which is going to be the post ID. Then we'd like to have our mutation. So I'll basically duplicate this and I'll say add comment. This is going to be a use mutation call, just like that. API comments, and let's say add comment. This takes the I think this is not the place that we should add. So for the mutations, if you remember, when we call it, we would pass those, right? So this is the place to actually pass these arguments, not here. Okay, with this in mind, I'll just have one more function. Let's say handle add comment. Let's say this is going to be an async empty function for now. We're going to build the logic just in a second. Now let's try to build the actual UI. So when we click to this, it should open up the model, right? But we don't really have a model in the first place. Let's go ahead and try to build it. And for a model, there's a component exactly called as modal, which is coming from React Native. And whatever you put inside of the model becomes a model. So let's just try to see how this would work. We will say this will be visible depending on this visible state, right? This prop that we are getting. And then we'd like to have a couple of different things. Let's say animation type will be slide. So it'll just slide from the bottom. And let's say this will be transparent. Let's say it will be not false, but true. Then we would like to have on request close. We would like to add our on close function, right? And then let's try to build the actual component. So first things first, I would like to have my keyboard awaiting view. This is something that we have mentioned previously. Basically, when we want to open up the keyboard, we want this input still be visible. So that's why we are using this component. And I will get some props like the behavior as well as the style. Let's say platform.os and styles. I think this styles will be coming from, let me just double check. It should be from the feed styles. Then we would like to have the modal header. Let's save to get this formatting. We'll go into the keyboard avoiding view, paste this in, save this, and let's try to import our components. So touchable opacity, which will have this close icon. Let's get the colors, and then the comments title. So basically we have just built this part. Now let's try to build the remaining part. So after this view, we will just say if comments are equal to undefined, which means we are in the loading state. here we would like to return something else, we would like to return something else. And in this case, we would like to have a loader component, which is going to have this activity indicator, which is size of large. And then here we would like to actually return our comments. And as you might guess, we would like to use a component like flat list. Okay, so if you remember, we have this data field where we'll just say map through the comments and render item. So each comment, go ahead and create or render a comment component. We don't have this, but we're going to build it, and let's add the item as the comment field. So you can call this anything, right? But it should make sense so that you know what you're sending, and this is the item that we got. Then we'd like to add the key extractor. So I'll just put it right here, and then I'll just give some styles into the container. Okay, now let's try to build the comment component, which is something that I'd like to create under my components folder. So let's say comment.tsx, and this has no logic at all other than styling and UI. So I'll just paste it around 30 lines of code, and let's take a look at it. So this is using datefns package. Let's go ahead and install it. So I'll just say npm install date-fns. So we'll be using this to be able to format our dates, and let's say npx expo and rerun our application. Okay, so basically this has a view and image with some styles. This will take the comment author, and then we have, you know, the full name of the author, the comment content, as well as the comment time. And this will go ahead and format the distance so that it will say something like 2 hours ago, 1 hour ago. So there isn't anything called 1 hour ago. It should be 1 hour ago, but you get the point. Okay, let's go ahead and try to import the comment component. Now, I don't know why this is not really happy with us, and I think it is because I haven't imported it. So here we should be getting it from our comment file. Now let's save. Okay, and let's try to keep building it, where we just have only one more view. I'll just say view, let's add the styles, which is going to be comment input. Then inside we are going to put a text input. So again, this is a component. I think we are using this for the very first time, or I don't know if we have used it previously. Yeah, I think we used it in the caption section, right? Here when we try to add a caption. But basically we got a style, a placeholder, and then the text color of the placeholder, value, on change, and this could be multi-line. Then like after this, we'll just have a post button, which is going to be a touchable opacity. When we click it, we're going to call this method that we just have above, and then it'll be disabled if we don't really have a new comment content, and we just have some additional styles. Okay, now when we click it, nothing happens because we never call the function when we click to this icon. Let's find it. Which one is that? It should be under the actions. So right here, when we click to this chat bubble outline, let's say on press, it should make this state to be true. Let's save, and fingers crossed, hopefully it should work. There we go. We can see our model, right? It just slides down, or like it just animated from the bottom of the screen. It works without any issues. So let's go ahead and add something, okay? But if we try to post it, nothing will happen. Once again, we don't have the function logic yet. So let's try to build it, and I'll just try to walk you through it. So first things first, we'll just say if you don't have a comment content, just return out of this. But else, we'd like to have a try catch. In the try, I'll just say call my mutation, which is add comment, and these are the fields that we'd like to add, or the arguments. So the comment content as well as the post ID. Once this is done, we can just say set new comment to be resetted, and then we can just call the on comment added function. Then in the catch, let's just put a console log like this. Let's save and try to send our very first comment. I'll just say, hey, nice post. Let's post it. Okay, so there we go. We just got that. Let's open up our database. This post has a new comment. Under the comments, we should be able to see the document, but we shouldn't get a notification because I just commented on my own post. So this is the account that I am currently logged in. Behind the scenes, I just logged out from the other account, but this is the account that I am logged in. So just keep this in mind. This is my actual post. And now let's see if I just try to open up my keyboard with Command-Shift-K. Okay, so I just wanted to show you that this is actually avoiding the keyboard view, right? So we are able to see the content. It is not overflowing. If you were to use a regular view without this behavior, let's see what would happen. It overflows, right? You are typing your comment, let's just say, hey, but you are not able to see what you have just written. Okay, so with this in mind, let's save and add one more comment. Okay, let's just say post. Here we go. And our date is formatted, by the way, if you can see. Is there anything that we are missing? I don't really think so. Well, actually we have. So here we just say view all two comments, but this is a hard-coded value, right? We should fix this actually. So we need to get the number of comments. And here, thankfully, we have a state where we just say comments count. And when we add a new comment, we are actually updating it. So it will always work properly. We can go ahead, delete this, and make it work dynamically. So let me just grab this, paste it. So instead of just 2, we have added this part. Let's save. Let's try to add one more comment. Just say one more. Okay, it's been added. Here we can see view all 3 comments. And when we click to this, it should also open up the modal. Let's try to add it. Here I'll just say on this touchable opacity, on click or on press, it should open up the modal. Okay. And the other thing that we are missing is this 2 hours ago, which should be dynamic, not hard-coded. So let's say format distance to now, get this from data finesse, and this is the time that we'd like to format. So if you save, this is actually 1 day ago. When we post this, it was yesterday. And just make sure this is coming from date-fns. And then I would like to scroll to the bottom where we show the comments count. Instead of showing this always, what I'd like to do is just wrap it with an if check. So because imagine if we don't really have any comments, it'll just say view all 0 comments, which doesn't make any sense. So I'll just go ahead and say if comments count is greater than 0, only then show this part. Let's go ahead and wrap it. Okay, so with this in mind, that's gonna be it for the comment functionality. Everything works as expected. We are able to even send the notifications, and let's actually make sure that it is also working. I'll just log out from this account, log in as the other account, and I'll just try to add a comment. Okay, like it doesn't click. I think I just need to press Command-Shift-K to get rid of that effect. Okay, now I can click to it. Let's open up our database, take a look at the notifications, and add a comment. So this is not my post. I should be able to get a notification. Let's say, oops, what the heck is happening? Let's say, you know, A123, it doesn't really matter. Let's post it. Here we go. We can see we just got a comment type notification. And here is the receiver, here is the sender. It works without any issues. Okay, so in the next section, we're going to add the add bookmark functionality. So for the bookmarks, let's go ahead and create a file under the Convex. I'll just say bookmarks.ts, and we would like to add our mutation as well as the query. So let's start with the mutation. This is going to be called as a toggle bookmark because with this single mutation, we should be able to both bookmark it and unbookmark it. So I'll go ahead, paste this because this is something that we have done multiple times and I'll just walk you through it. Let me import everything. Okay, so this is a mutation where we take an object, we'll have some arguments so that we know which post that we are trying to bookmark. And then we're gonna get the currently authenticated user, and we would like to just check if this is already bookmarked or not. We're going to query it, right, with an index, and then if it is already existed, we are going to remove the bookmark, but else we are going to insert it. And here we'll return false or true to indicate the newest state. So this is the mutation. Now let's go ahead and try to get the bookmarks, which is going to be a query. I'll just paste it and walk you through it. Okay, so we got the currently authenticated user, and we get all the bookmarks of this user. But if you take a look at it, under the bookmarks, we don't really have any information about the post other than post ID. And this is not enough because, let me show you the image. Under the bookmarks page, we would like to see the post image, right? And for that reason, we're going to do the same trick that we have done previously. We're going to get the resources with the information. So we'll just say promise.all, map through it for each bookmark, get the post, and return this out of this query. I hope that makes sense. These are the things that we have done multiple times, so I just didn't want to type this out line by line. Instead, I have just explained everything. Now with this in mind, let's go into the post component and create a function called handle bookmark, just like above for the like function. When we click to this icon, we're going to be calling this function. And let's get our mutation. We'll just say toggle bookmark. Use mutation under the bookmarks. If you wanted to, you can put it under the posts, but I'll just go ahead and add it under the bookmarks. So now here in this function, I'll just call my mutation. Let's say await toggle bookmark, and we're going to put the post ID, and this is gonna return the newest state, and I will call this as new is bookmarked. And then we're going to set our state with it, which is going to be set is bookmarked, but seems like we don't really have it. I will duplicate this. Let's say is bookmarked, and set is bookmarked. Just like that, this is going to be post dot is bookmarked. Okay, hopefully we should be able to say set is bookmarked with this. But now, when do we call this function? Well, when we click to this icon called bookmark outline. So here I'll just say on press, call this function, and we don't really want to see this always. We would like to check if it is already bookmarked or not. If so, we're going to see the bookmark icon, else we're going to see this one. Okay, let's save, take a look at the database. Let's just put them side by side. We don't have any bookmarks at the moment. If I click to it, here we go, it has been added, the icon has changed, and I can like unbookmark it. Okay, looks like everything is working without any issues. And next we are going to add post deletion. So if we want to delete a post, we should visit the Convex folder and try to add a mutation. And I will add it into this file called posts.ts. So I'll just say export const delete post, which is going to be a mutation. We would like to take some arguments, which is going to be the post ID, so that we know which post that we are trying to delete. And then in the handler function, we would like to delete it. So first, we're going to get the currently authenticated user, and then we would like to we would like to fetch the post that we are trying to delete. If it does not exist, then we can throw an error. So I'll just save to get this formatting, and then before we try to do anything, I would like to just verify ownership. So I'll just check if the current user is the owner of the post. If not, we are going to throw an error. So I'll just say post.author is not equal to the current user, then return an error. But else, we would like to delete the post. But immediately deleting the post, so instead of immediately deleting it, we would like to do something else. And let me tell you what that is. So we would like to delete all the associated likes in this post, right? So there might be 200 likes which are documents that we are storing. So we would like to go ahead and delete every single one of them. Then we would like to delete all the comments as well as the bookmarks. So I'll just go ahead, add these. So this is what I have just added, as well as the likes. Then we would like to do the same thing for the bookmarks. Okay, so this is what I have just pasted. This is really like almost the same thing. That's why I don't really think that we should be explaining this. And once we have done all these, we would like to delete the image from our storage. So I'll go ahead, add this line, and then finally we would like to delete the post itself from the table, right? So we have a bunch of different information about this post. We would like to delete it. And here I'll go ahead, paste this line. And I think I have mentioned this previously that we need this storage ID field on the post. And I said we are gonna need it when we want to delete the post. And here is that exact moment. Here we just say context.storage, delete something. And here is the thing that you would like to delete. Then we'll just delete the post itself. And finally, we can decrement the user's post count by 1, which is going to be the current user. And here we'll just say math.max. And if you are wondering why this is the case, basically this always makes sure that the number of posts at minimum could be 0. So imagine for some reason this part equals to, let's say, -2. This is going to get the maximum value out of these, which is going to be 0. So the posts will always be 0 at minimum. I hope that makes sense. So with this, everything should be good to go. I'll just add one more comment here called delete the post. Now this function could be definitely written in a better way. This is the simplest way that we can do, and it doesn't really look that bad. You can obviously optimize it, but here is what we have. We are just checking for the ownership, deleting all the likes, comments, and bookmarks that are associated with this post. Then we are deleting the file from the storage, deleting the post from the table, and finally updating the user's post count. Now that we have everything ready, we can go ahead and actually call this when we click to this button. And just before we make this work, we are gonna need one more query that is related to users. So let's just type this out and then I'll explain what this does. So let's say export const get user by clerk ID, which is going to be a query, and our argument, as you can tell, will be the clerk ID. So let's say args pass this clerk ID, which is going to be type of string. Let's import the query, and we'll just say have a handler function which will take the context as well as the args. So we are going to pass the clerk ID of a user, and it'll give us the user that is stored in the database. So let me explain. This might sound complicated, but it's actually pretty simple. So we have two different users, right? We would like to, let's say, get this user. We are going to pass the clerk ID of that user, and it will give us everything about this user, such as this complete document. And let's try to see how we can make it. So I'll just say const user, I'll say await context.db.get or query, I think, because we're going to query the user's table, and we would like to query this with an index, which is called as by clerk ID. This is something that we have created in the schema file, right? This is exactly what we have done, and we would like to get the unique value. You can also say first, let's use unique this time. Then we're gonna return this user. Okay, now you might be asking, why do we need this function? How can we use this? So let's just see. We're gonna go into the post component, and there is a hook that is coming from Expo, or Clerk I should say. Let's say use user, and let's say const. Now this gives you a user state. Let's console log this. Let's say user is here, and put the user. Open up the terminal. So here we can see this is the user object. I know this looks really weird, but user is here. There is a lot of different fields. We would like to get the ID in that user, so that we can call our query to get the convex equivalent of it. So let's try to see. I'll save and then just try to call my query. So I'll say use query, and I'll say we would like to get the API.users.get user by clerk ID. And this wants us to pass an argument, which will be the clerk ID, and this will be user.id. So we don't really need this one. Now here you can see the user could be null, right? What we would like to do, we'll just say, let's delete this for a second, or I think here I'll just say if we have a user, then pass this, but else just skip this call until we got the user. Now we don't really have any errors. It is working correctly. And this is going to be equal to, let's say, const. You can call this anything. I'll call this as convex user, or specifically we can just say current user. So this and this is the exact same user, but this is the user that is stored in Clerk, and this is the user that is stored in database. And this has different fields than this one, right? Such as number of followers, following, so on and so forth. Clerk doesn't really store those for us. I hope this makes sense. This is the best way that I can explain. Then we'll like to use this field and check if we are the author of the post. If not, we will not be able to delete it, but if we are the owner, we can delete that. So here, if you realize we have a to-do where we'd like to fix it now. All right, so let's go ahead and delete that and uncomment this. This is the 3 dots icon that look like this, but we'd like to show one of these at a time. So here I'll just add a comment. Let's say, or actually I'll get it from my comments. If I am the owner of the post, show the delete button. And I would like to grab this and I'll just walk you through it. So we will say current user. Let's add a question mark. All right, so we just say if post author is equal to me, right? If it is me, if it is my post, then I would like to show this trash outline icon, but else I will show this 3 dots. And currently, as you can tell, it already worked. This is a different account. Now I'll try to log in with this account. Let's go back, or I should log out. And I will log in as the post owner. We should be able to see the trash outline. There we go, it just updated, and we should be able to delete that. So here I'll just say on click or on press. We're gonna call a function called handle delete. Let's say, yeah, handle delete. I was going to say handle delete post, but this should be good to go. And let's create our function. I'll just say handle delete, and here in this function we're going to call our mutation. Let's grab that. I'll say delete post. It is going to be coming from the posts file, and we should be able to call it in this async function. Now we could have try catch. I'll just accept what AI gives me. We are going to call our mutation with the argument. Let's save, and I'll just press this. It's been deleted. Here we go, and it says no posts yet. Let's take a look at the database. 0 posts, and this user should have 0 posts. It's been updated. And that means everything is working as expected. Now we don't really have any posts. Just to have something on the application, let's go ahead and create some. I'll just say choose, and let's say ABC, or I'll just, just add anything. This should be posted. Let's add one more. Okay, so one challenge for you. When we add a post, we take the user to the homepage, but we don't really clear the state. So you can do this. Let's go ahead. Maybe I can do it as well. Once we share this, before we take it to here, we can just say set and let AI to complete it. Okay, I can add these. This is how we can make that work. Now let's just test this out once again. I will add an image. Let's say choose. Let's say, hey, this is my weekend trip. Let's say this was. And let's share. Now, if we go back, our state should be updated. And here we go. We can like, add a comment, bookmark it. Let's just say nice. Okay, everything works as expected. And next we can move on with the bookmarks page. Well, just one more thing before we move on to the next section. I just realized I didn't show you the file storage. So what happens if we try to delete a post? We didn't really make sure that if it has been deleted from the storage. I'll go ahead and delete this one. Now it is gone from here as well, so you can just make sure that it is working without any issues. So now it is actual time to go ahead and build the bookmarks page. So to be able to build the bookmarks page, first we just need to visit that file, and let's try to make this to be capitalized so that we are consistent in our code base. And then we need to call a query, which is the one that we have already built under the Convex folder, and this is our query, which we call this as get bookmark posts. So this is going to give us all the bookmarks of the current user, and we would like to take it and consume it in this file. So since we already learned how to use a query, I'll just paste this in. So we would call the use query, get the API, and get the related query. And if this is in the undefined state, that means we are in the loading state. So this is how that works in Convex. And let's get this loader component that we have built previously. And then we can also get a not found state. So we'll just say if the length is equal to 0, we would like to show this simple component that I'll just provide. So this is a simple function where we have some styles, and it just basically says no posts yet or no bookmarks yet. Now let's save and take a look at it. I think we have a bookmark. Yep, that's why we see this return statement. If I unbookmark it, so I don't know why this did not update it. Let me just reload our application. Let's go here. All right, no bookmarked post yet. Let's add this. Now we can see our bookmarks, and let's try to build this now. Well, I just want to speed up the process a little bit, so that's why I'll just delete this completely and give you some, code. So I'll just say view, which we have the style, and this is coming from feed.styles, and this is using the container class. And then we would like to have the header at the top. So let's paste this, save, and this is what we're gonna see. And then below it, we would like to render the posts. And for this, I'll be using a scroll view. So I think we'll just have less bookmarks. So it could be a good option to use scroll view. But if you wanted to, you could use flat list as well. So here, I'll just get my code from my notes. Instead of typing this out, I can walk you through it. So this is a scroll view component with these styles, and for the content we'll just say bookmark posts.map, get every single post, and you can just say, for now let's just say we're gonna have a view component, and if you try to say post I don't know, like caption, you're going to see that this will complain for a second if you don't add this question mark. Now it's because it thinks that this could be null, and just to get rid of this error, you can either add a question mark, or maybe a little bit better option would be to make this a function and add a if check. So here I'll basically say if there is no post, just return null. But post is not equal to null, then we can just return a view with the image. Let's get this. Import the image from Expo image because we are trying to cache it, and this cache policy has a bunch of different options. This is the one that makes sense in this use case, but you can take a look at the other options. Here we can see we have like 4 in total. Okay, let's save. Here we go. This is the post that we have. Let's try to unbookmark it. It's been updated. Let's try to add it once again. You know, it just works without any issues. Okay, so that's gonna be it for this screen as well. Next, we can move on with the notifications, which looks like this at the moment. Alright, so to start with notification screen, let's go ahead and find the actual file, which is gonna be this. But before we try to build the UI, let's try to build the query that is gonna give us all the notifications that we have for our account. And for this, we would like to create a convex function, which is gonna be a query. You can put it in any of these files, but I believe it would be better if we go ahead and create a file called notifications.ts. Let's shrink the left hand side and say export const, let's say get notifications. Okay, that's gonna be a query. You can pause the video and try to do it if you really wanted to, but let me just go ahead and build it. So since we would like to get every single notification for the current user, we don't really need to pass any args. So we'll just say handler, where we'll just take the context, and we would like to build the logic. So first things first, as always, we would like to get the authenticated user, and then we'll just get the notifications. So let's say const notifications, and let's await this call context.db.query, where we would like to go under the notifications table, and let's try to query it with a index. So I'll just say with index, and for this we'll just say by receiver, and we'll just say if we are the receiver, give us all the notifications. And this is how we can do the current user ID. If it is matching with the receiver ID, we should just go ahead and collect all the notifications. And I would like to sort this before, so I'll just say order should be in the descending order. So we would see the latest one at the top and the oldest one at the bottom. Here we can see it says 2 days ago, and this is like 8 hours ago. It is sorted in this order. Okay, now if you think we say like return notifications, this function is done, you would be wrong, right? Because if you think about it, once again, under the notifications, we don't really have any information about the post. The only thing we have is the post ID. In the same way, we don't really have any information about the sender other than their IDs. But we would like to get more info about them. And let me show you what I mean. So this is the notification sender, right? We would like to get their profile image as well as their username. And in the same way, we would like to get information about the post. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. This is something that we have done actually in the past, where we would just say notifications with info, right? We have done this in our other queries. So in the same manner, I'll go ahead and create this variable. Then we're going to say promise.all, and we'll just say notifications.map. For each notification, we would like to run this callback function, right? And we'll just say const, let's first get the sender of the notification. And this is how we can do it. This is going to give us the sender. And then I'll just say let post will be equal to null. And let's duplicate this. This will be comment. Now you might be asking, why are we doing this? I think we'll just see this in a second. Let's say if our notification has a post ID, that means this is related to a post. And we are going to go ahead, fetch that post. We'll say post will be await context db.get this specific post. And let's say if notification is, the type is equal to comment, and if it has a comment ID, we would like to go ahead and get the comment itself so that we can display it right here, right? Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Now, if you don't really add this part, TypeScript will be unhappy with you. So that's why we are adding it. And then after this if check, we can go ahead and return an object. So we'll just say get everything about the notification, but on top of it, we'd like to add the sender information. So we'll just say, let's give the ID. We would like to give the username as well as the image. So here it says sender could be null, but we just know that if there is a notification, we will always have a sender, right? So I can go ahead, wrap this with brackets and just say exclamation point, this will never be null. Okay, finally, we would like to say, like, return the post as well as the comment. For the comment, I'll just say get the content. Okay, just like that, this should be good to go. And at the end of the day, we will return the notifications with info. Okay, let me just make this entire screen zoom out so that you can see it clearly. So this is our entire query. And I hope this makes sense. Like, we cannot just return the notifications as it is. We would like to get it with the info so that we can grab the post, comment, and the sender information. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Let's zoom in. I will shrink this. Okay, now this is the query that we have just built. Now let's go into the notifications under the tabs and try to build the UI. Before we get into it, let's say we would like to use a query just like this. We would like to go under the notifications file and get our notifications. This is the query, and while we are in the loading state, we can show a loader. And once again, this is how it works in Convex. If a query value is equal to undefined, that means you're in the loading state. And let's say if we don't have any notifications, we would like to return this component, which is something that I will provide. It's about 5 lines of code, just like this. Let's get these styles, but this, these styles are going to be coming they're going to be coming from a file that we'd like to create. So I'll just say notifications.styles.ts, and you can grab this from the source code. And if you don't have the source code, you can just, take a screenshot and type this out. I'll just show you the entire file. Okay, so these are just some styling. Let's get the styles, get the ion icons as well as the colors. Okay, so currently I think we have some notifications. That's why we cannot see this UI. Let me just press R so that it has been reloaded. And let's go into the notifications page. Okay, so it looks like we got some notifications, but let's just say if this is the true case, this is what we're gonna see. And please feel free to update this UI. This is not looking that good, but it's just good enough for a placeholder. Okay, let's save. Shrink the terminal, shrink this one. I would like to go ahead and just update this return statement. So I will have my view. Let's say style will be styles.container, just like as always. Then we would like to have our header component. So I'll just say styles.header, and here this is our title where we say notifications. Then we would like to have a flat list. You can also use a scroll view component, but in my case, I'll be using a flat list. Okay, say flat list, imported, self-closed, and the data that we'd like to map through will be notifications. For every single item, we'd like to render this function. Let's say we're going to get the item. We are going to create a component called notification item, and we are going to pass the notification as the prop, which will be the item. Then let me just grab the key extractor. So this is the key when we use in React. In React Native, it is equal to key extractor. I don't want to show the vertical scroll indicator, so I'll just say false. And finally, let's give some styles. Now, if you save, obviously it will crash. So let's go ahead and create this component. So notification item, this is going to take a prop. let's say it will be the notification, just like what we have here. For now, let's just say type will be any. Later in the video, we can fix it. And let's say we would like to return this statement. And this will be only UI specific. So I'll just have a view. Okay, let's go ahead and add some styles. So the first style that we'd like to have will be notification item. Then we are going to have another component called view. And this time I'll again get the styling just like this. So I don't really want to type this out just to save a little bit of time. There is no logic at all. And let me tell you what we're going to do. So here I would like to wrap this component with a link so that when we click to it, this would take us to the profile of this user. And let's try to build it. I would like to copy this link. I think it is around 10 lines of code, and I will walk you through it. So we have a link that is coming from Expo. Currently, we don't have the user profile, so I'll just take them to the notifications. Later in the video, we are going to fix it. So I'll just say to do, fix later, and we will have touchable opacity. We're going to have an image from Expo image, and we're going to pass the source, style, content fit, and then we are going to have this view. And like this is the kind of like, it looks a little bit complicated, but it's basically if and else statements a couple of times. So we say if notification type is equal to like, then show a heart icon. But in the else case, check if the notification type is equal to follow. If so, show this icon, but else go ahead and show this one. So depending on that, we're going to see either this one or this and this one. So this is what we have just done. Let's save. Go into this page. Here we go. We have two different notifications. One is like, the other one a comment. Okay. After this view, we would like to, and actually after this link, we would like to add one more view. So I'll just say view and turn this off. And this is going to be actually notification info class. So I would like to go ahead and get one more link. So please feel free to type this out or grab it from the source code if you don't really want to. Again, we are going to fix this. For now, let's say it'll take us to the notifications because we don't really have the users page. So let's say to do, fix later. And let's save. This is going to give us the username. Then after this link, we would like to have this text. So it'll say either they have commented or they liked your post or like started following you. And we are going to put these dynamically once again, depending on the notification type. So I would like to go below this link, have a text component just like this, and I will give a style called action. And then we're going to do this conditional rendering. So here I'll just say if notification type is equal to follow, show this one. If it is equal to like, show this one. Else, show the comment itself. Let's save and take a look at it. So this one has commented as undefined. Looks like we got something wrong. We're going to fix it. Okay, so this shouldn't really say undefined, but seems like the rest is working. And after this text, I would like to put one more text just to show like when this has been posted. And we'll just say get this function from datefns, and this will take the creation time. Now it is working. It says about 5 hours ago or 1 day ago. And after this after this view and after this view, just before the very last one, we would like to show the image. And we only want to show this if it is related to a post. So let me just do Control Z. So this notification is related to a post. So we just show that. In the same way, we show the post, but this has nothing to do with a post. And we don't really show anything. So for that reason, we need to do conditional check. So I will just say after this view, if notification has a post ID, or if it is like if notification.post is true, then we would like to go ahead render this part. And let me grab this, which is an image component. Okay, so notification.post image URL will be the source. Otherwise, we are not going to show anything. But seems like this crashed. Let's go ahead and rerun this. Okay, so for some reason, we cannot get the image. Let me console log this. What is wrong with this? Say console.log the notification. Okay, so we got the notification. We have ID field, creation time. Okay, so post is null for some reason. So why is this the case? Maybe it is because we have posted something and we have deleted that, but when we delete the post, we didn't delete the notifications. So I think this is what happened. Let me just double check. If we go into the posts file, when we try to delete a post, we have deleted the likes, comments, bookmarks, but we forgot to delete the notifications, right? Okay, so I have just realized this. I can leave this as a to-do for you. Let's say to-do, delete associated notifications. And you can pause the video, try to do it, and then watch my solution. Alright, so I have just paused the video and implemented. Let me show you my solution. So first, I have visited the schema.ts file and added an index called by post, and just make sure you added this index to the notifications table. So once you have added this part, we're going to come back to here and we will just fetch all the notifications by this post, just like what we have done above, right? Then we're going to just do a for loop to delete every single notification. And now that this is not a to-do, we can delete this and we can just move on with the video. But since these are the previous notifications, we cannot delete them. This will work from the next future post deletions, but we can manually go into the database and try to just delete all the notifications. Okay, let's say delete all of them, and we are going to test everything from scratch. So here I would like to just create one more post. Let's say some nice pic. Okay, so from this account, we have two different posts. Let's go ahead, log out and log in with the other account. Then we will try to create some notifications. So we are just doing this for the testing purposes to see if everything is working. Okay, so I'm just logged in with a different account. I will like this post and I will add a comment. Let's say, dude, this is sick. Okay, we have added this. Let's like this one as well and add one more comment. Let's say, hooray, like this. Now let's try to go back to the other account. Now let me just try to log out. And we are going to check the notifications. So here we go. We got one like from this user on this post. We got a comment. It says, dude, this is sick. The same thing for this comment. So it seems like everything is working. We cannot really see the follow notification at the moment because we don't really have that functionality implemented. But once we done this, we are going to test this out again. Okay, so for this section, just keep that in mind. We have added this index to the notifications table. We went ahead and added this part so that if we delete a post, all the notifications that are related to that post will be deleted. And then we have basically implemented this entire file. Now, what I'd like to do, instead of putting this into this file, I will just actually cut it and put it under my components. And instead of calling this as notification item, I'll just say notification.tsx. Let's say just paste this in. And we need to get all the imports. So here's what I generally do. Instead of importing them one by one, I just go ahead, import everything, and then I press Command-Shift-P, and I say organize imports. So what that does, it just gets rid of all the imports that we are not using. So there we go. This is just a cool trick that you can keep in mind. And let's just say export default this function. All right, let's save, go back and try to import this. And I would like to call this as notification instead of notification item. Save this file, go back and get this one. Okay, now this file looks a lot more cleaner. If you really want to, you can take this and put it into its own component and its own file, but I think this is like 5 lines of code. I think that's completely fine. And once again, I'll just say Command-Shift-P, organize the imports. Here we go. I don't know why we get an error for a split second, but seems like everything is working as expected. Now at this point, if you really want to add the notification type, you can pause the video and try to do it. That would be a great challenge because we have done this multiple times and you can just test out your knowledge. If you cannot do it, feel free to ask it in the comments and we can answer that. So I will delete this console log. Let's save it. And just before we end this section, I would like to fix something else. And why are we getting this? Here it says require unknown module. Okay, so actually this is existed, but you may also want to run npm install. So I'll just go ahead, say npm install once again, and run our application and reload it with R. Let's say dismiss, reload this once again. We should be good to go. Okay, so I was going to say there is one more thing that I would like to fix. I think it is in the post component. Let's find it. Post.tsx. So at the very bottom, no, it's not here. So there was a component that I would like to take. Let me just see. I think it is under the home page. Okay, so instead of having this right here, I would like to take this and put it into its own component. Into its own file. So I'll just say stories.tsx, grab this completely, paste this in, and I'll just say export const, and maybe let's just do export default. Let's just be consistent. Let's get this scroll view, get the styles. I think it is feed. Let's get the stories and the story component. Now we'll go ahead and try to import it. Let's save. You can do the same thing for this one, but I'll just leave it as it is. Okay, so with that, that's gonna be it for this section as well. Let's clear the imports. I'll say Command-Shift-P, organize imports, and let's save it. So I'll see you in the next section. Now it is time to build the profile screen, which is going to look like this. So we will have the user information at the top with the stats. Then we will be able to edit our profile. When we click to this button, this model will show up and we should be able to save the changes. We are going to display the posts, and then when we click to a post, it will open up in a model just like this. So with everything that you have learned so far, you can build all these functionalities by yourself. Just keep that in mind. And now, just for the sake of tutorial, let me go ahead and show you every single step. So first things first, before we try to build the UI, once again, we would like to add our functions. So I will go under the posts and we would like to add a query. Let's shrink this mutation. And at this point, I will just go ahead, paste this in. Let me just shrink the left-hand side. So this is a query where we would like to get posts by a user. And this user ID will be optional because if we are looking our own profile, we don't really need to pass a user ID, right? We would like to get our own posts. So here we'll just say if user ID existed, then go ahead, find that profile. But if it is not existed, then this user will be the currently authenticated user. And just add an if check in case user not found. Then we're going to go ahead get the posts for this current user. And then we'll return the posts out of this query. Now, if you're asking why is this optional, once again, because in our profile page, we don't really need to add a user ID. But if we are looking to other user profiles, such as this one, then we need to add a user ID so that we can get that profile. I hope that makes sense. Let's go back. This is the function. Let's save. The other function that we would like to add will be related to users. So let's open this up, and this will be a mutation. Once again, I would like to copy and paste because at this point we know everything about Convex. The only thing we need to do is just type this out pretty quickly. So we are going to get two different arguments. I don't know why I tried to delete them, but here we go. We are going to get the full name to be able to update it, as well as the bio. Then we'll have a handler function which will get the current user, and we will try to update these fields. Okay, so that was the mutation that we would need. Now we can go into the app, tabs, and find the profile page, or the profile screen, I should say. Now let's try to build it. So in this page, we are going to have this icon or this touchable opacity to be able to log out. So for that reason, I will go ahead and get the use auth from Expo Clerk, and then we would like to have a state. This is going to check if the edit model is visible or not. By default, this is going to be false. And then we would like to get the current user by this query that we have created already, and we have used this in the past. So we'll just say this is the clerk ID, and instead of doing it like this, I think we can just say if user ID existed, go ahead, run this query, but else you can skip that. Okay, so this is what we have for the current user. And then for the edited profile info, so just think about it. When we click to this button, we are going to see the model. And by the default, we would like to get the full name and the current bio. And then we can either write something on top of it, or we can just change it completely. So for this, we would like to have a state. Let me grab this. I'll just paste it right here, which is the edited profile and set edited profile. Okay, the full name and bio, by default, these are the fields that we have. And then we are going to need one more state. So when we click to this post, this will be the selected post so that we can show it inside the model, right? So I will have my state, let's say const selected post and set selected post. Now, if you don't really add this type, this is completely fine, but we would like to let TypeScript know that this will be type of post. And this is how we can do it. Convex gives you this doc or document, and you just say which type this is. So you can either say it's going to be coming from users table, but in our case, this is going to be a post, or by default, it'll be null. So here we go, it is null by default. Then we would like to get the posts by user. And since this is our own profile, we don't really need to add any arguments. So I just leave this as empty. Then we would like to call our mutation as well. So let's go ahead and grab this. Use mutation under the users. We have this update profile mutation. And then we are going to have last two functions. Let's say const handle edit profile. This is going to be an arrow function, let's say. Let's leave it as it is for now. And I will duplicate this. And let's say handle, let's just say save profile. And this will be an async function, just like that. And you know what? My apologies. We don't really need this function. The only function we need is this handle save profile, and we are going to call this once we click to this button. Okay, so with this now, I think we can build the UI. So first, I'll just say if we don't have the current user, or if we are in the loading state, go ahead, show a loader component. But else we can return our actual view. So this will be a really long return statement, but let's try to build it step by step. We are going to say styles.container, and I think these styles will be coming from a different file that we need to create. Let's say profile.styles.ts. Once again, I will grab this from GitHub repo, paste this in. This is one of the longest ones. Let me show this entire file. Okay, so this is what we have. I'll just scroll really slowly. Okay, so that's what we have. I'll just save. You can grab this from the GitHub repo, and let's get the styles from the profile.styles file. And let me see the entire view. Inside this view, we would like to have the header, which will have the username as well as the logout button, as you can tell. So here I would like to just grab this. It is around 10 lines of code. Let's get the touchable opacity, the ion icons, as well as the colors. Let's save. This is what we got, our username as well as the logout button. Once we click it, it just signs us out, right? Then after this, we would like to put a scroll view. And then this is going to take the show vertical scroll indicator to be false. We don't really want to show this at all in our application. And then we would like to have one view that will be the container for profile info. Let's close this off. And inside, we would like to have avatar and stats. So like number of followers, following, so on and so forth. So here, let me just save to get this formatting. And then paste this in, close this off. We have avatar and stats class. And on top of it, we will have one more view that will have the image. This is coming from Expo image, and we're going to put the current user image. So once I save, this is the output that we got. So outside of this view, we would like to put the stats container. So let me go ahead and grab this. Again, it is around 10 lines of code. So we have two different texts. So let me just save and see the output. There we go. This is what we have just added. Then on top of this view, we would like to put the full name as well as the user bio. And we only want to show the bio if it has existed. So we just have a conditional styling here. Okay, seems like we are missing something. Maybe this should be, outside of here. Let's see. Okay, now this is actually working. So just double check that you are under 3 different views, and then you add the text right here. Okay, then we would like to add the action buttons. So I will go ahead, paste them here. On press, let's just delete that, save. So this is what we have. This doesn't do anything. This is just for decoration. You can add the actual functionality, but I'll just skip that. And let's say when we click to this edit profile button, we would like to just change our state. So I'll just say on press, make this state to be true. And depending on this state, we would like to show our model. So for now, let's save and let me show you the entire thing like this. And then after this touchable opacity, after these 2 views, I will say if the number of posts is equal to 0, I would like to show this component, which is around 10 lines of code. Once again, let's just say function no posts found. This is the content. We just say no posts yet. Okay. Then after this, like below to it, we would like to show the actual posts. And for this, we are going to be using flat list. And let me turn this off. The data that we would like to map through will be posts. Let's say number of columns. This is something that we have used for the first time in flat list, but here we go. Then let's say scroll enabled. Let's say this will be false. They shouldn't be able to scroll. And for the render item, we can show a post component, but in this case, I'll just put it in line and I'll just show the image itself. Okay, just a simple image, and when we click to it, this will set the selected post so that we can, let me show this. Oops. So that when we click to a post, we should be able to show a model. Okay. So this is what we have, the flat list. We're going to save and go back here. By the way, we got the UI. We can click to it, nothing happens. We can click to this, nothing happens. But let's make it work. Below to this scroll view, we're gonna have two different models. So one for the edit profile model, and then the other one, let's say selected image model. Let's start with the simplest one, which is this model. I would like to give you the code. It's around 20 lines of code. Here, let me walk you through it. So we're gonna get the model from React Native. We will say animation type will be fade, transparent of true, and when we close it, it should set the selected post to be null. And here, it will be visible depending on the state. Now, since this is an object, we would like to convert this into a boolean, so we just put double bang operators. Once again, super simple JavaScript trick that you should know. Then we have a view with some styling. If there is a selected post, we are gonna see this part. So I think we don't really need to add this check, but if we don't add it, this is not really happy with us. So that's why we have that. Let's save and test this out. Here we go. If I click to this one is selected. If we click to this, okay, you get the point, it works. And when you click to the close button, it sets the states to be null. So with this, now we can add the actual model, the one and only edit profile model, which will slide down from the bottom of the screen, right? It'll be animated. So I think this will be around 50 lines of code. I can copy it and paste it, then walk you through it slowly. So I am just trying to do everything to not type this out. I hope nobody gets annoyed by this, because like I am more on the explaining part of the tutorials rather than typing everything out. I think it just doesn't make sense at this point. We are, I think, 4 to 5 hours in, and you should be able to understand everything that we just copy and paste. So let me import everything and we will take a look at the code. Okay, so we have just imported from like this entire model. Once again, we have our animation type, the visible boolean, transparent, and close function. Then we have touchable without feedback. We don't really want to get any feedback, so this is one of those components that you can use. And then on press, we'll just say dismiss the keyboard. So let's save, see the output, and then I'll explain the rest. So if we click to this, our state becomes true, and we are able to see the model, which is this view. Then here we say, once again, like use the keyboard avoiding view, make sure that behavior is working correctly depending on the platform. And then we have this edit profile header, which is this part. Then we have the name, we have a text input, and once you type something in, it will update the state. Here we go, and it will only update the full name. Then we have the exact same thing for the biography, right? And at the moment, we don't have any value, so it is null. We're going to fix it, or we're going to add something, I was going to say. And then once we click to the Save Changes button, we are calling this function. So let's go ahead and create that. Then we will try to actually update our profile. So here I'll just scroll to the very top. And here basically we would like to call our mutation. So I'll just say update profile, and we are going to add the edited profile state, which has the full name as well as the bio. Then once we edit, like once we save this, update the profile, we would like to make this state to be false so that this model would close. Okay, that was a lot of different things. Now let's actually test this out. I'll click here and I'll just add 1, 2, 3 at the end of my name. And then I'll just say, hey everyone. Let's save the changes. here we go. Looks like it has been updated. We can just double check by taking a look to our database. This is the new bio and this is the new full name. Here we can see. And let's try to build it with the, let's try to test this with the actual keyboard. So I'll go ahead, press Command Shift K. As we can tell, the view is like keyboard is in the view, alright? And there isn't really any issues on this side as well. Okay, I'll just say, maybe I can just disable the keyboard. It's kind of annoying because while it is open, you cannot really type out with your actual keyboard. So I'll just say SVE and we can delete this 1, 2, 3. And there is like correction, if you can see. I believe we can turn this off as well. I don't really remember the exact prop, but if you go into this text input for the bio, let's say completion, do we have anything like that? Like autocomplete. And let's see what this does. Specific autocomplete hints for the system. So I think it should be autocomplete and we can just say this will be off. Is this the case? Okay, we have off, like bunch of different things that I don't even know that was existed. But yeah, basically this is how we can explore different things. So let's just say it will be SVE, just like that, save, and here we go. Now that our profile page also works, the only thing that we left is the user profile. So when we click to other user profiles, we're going to see this page. As you can tell, we will be able to follow them and unfollow them. So this is what we're going to build next. So in this page, we're going to need a couple of different functions. And specifically, we're going to need 2 different queries and 1 mutation. And let's see what they are. So let's start with the queries. The very first query that we're going to need is to fetch the user profile. And then the other one is to check if we are following this user or not. Depending on that, we will either show this follow button or unfollow button. And then the mutation will be, as you can tell, like follow or unfollow functionality. Okay, so we're going to just toggle the follow state. So before we start building the UI, let's go ahead and create our convex functions. Then we'll just jump into the UI. Okay, so I'll go under the posts. And I don't know if you have realized, so maybe you had a question, you said, why don't we have a query to fetch the posts? But we don't really need to build it because we have already done that, right? Get posts by user. And we're gonna pass the user ID and we'll just collect every single post that this user has. Okay, so let me just make this entire screen so that we can see it clearly. And I'll just get my very first query, which is to get user profile. Let's say query. At this point, you should be able to do this in seconds, but I'll just type this out. Let's say we're gonna pass an ID, which will be the user ID, and then we would like to go ahead and get the user. Let's just add an if check where we say if there is not user, throw an error, but else go ahead and return that. Okay, so that was the very first query. The other one is to check if we are following this user or not. So I'll just paste this and then walk you through it. It's around 10 lines of code. Okay, so it is called is following, and we're gonna pass the ID of the user so that we know if we are following this user or not. We'll get the authenticated user, and then we'll just check for a document under the follows table. And we'll say, hey, if we are the follower and if this is the following, that means we are already following this account, right? Because we are the follower of that user. Then, we'll get the first result. This will be an object or null. And if we want to convert this into a boolean, we would use our JavaScript trick. So we're going to put double bang operator. So if you if you hover over this, you can see we are returning a boolean. Okay, so that was the very last query, but we need one more mutation. Okay, so let's just try to type this out. This will be a bit longer, but I think it is nothing complicated. So let's say export const toggle follow, just like this. This is gonna be a mutation, and once again we'll get an argument so that we know which user that we are trying to follow or unfollow. Then let's get the handler function. Just like this, we're gonna get the currently authenticated user. And then just like what we have done above, I'll just copy this. If you really want to, you can make this a reusable function, but I'll just say, copy and paste, and I will call this as existing. So if this is already existed, that means we are following this user and we would like to unfollow it. So say if existing, do this, else do this. Here we would like to unfollow, right? And then here we would like to follow. Okay. Now if we want to unfollow, that means we would like to delete a document. And specifically, we would like to delete the follow document. And then we would like to decrement the number of following. Let me show this. We are going to decrement the number of following of this user, or I should say, okay, let me just tell you from scratch. If we want to unfollow this user, we would like to decrement the number of followers of this user, and we would like to decrement the following count of our own account, right? So I hope that makes sense. Let's go ahead and try to do it. Since this will be reusable, I'll just create a function called update follow counts. And we're going to pass the context, current user ID, and following ID, which is coming from arguments. And then we'll just say true or false. So in this case, this will be false. Here it will be true. I know this doesn't make any sense, but we will create it in a second and it should be clear. And then if we are following, that means we would like to create a document. So let's say context.db insert into the follows table. And this is the document that we'd like to insert. So we're going to put the follower ID and then the following ID. Okay, once we have done this, we would like to do the same thing because we would like to increment the number of these values. And the same arguments will be added, but this will be true, which means like if we are following or unfollowing. Okay, so hopefully here we should be good to go. And we are missing something else, which is to create a notification, right? And here I'll go ahead, copy and paste. This is something that we have done multiple times at this point. We'll just insert under the notifications a type of follow document, a follow notification, right? And here is the receiver and sender is the current user. Now let's build this function. So I think I can provide this to you. Once again, it's around 10 lines of code. Okay, so first we get the mutation context. So since this is coming from a mutation, right? This is the context that we are passing. Let's say type of this is mutation context. And then we got the follower ID and following ID, which are the type of user ID, and then is follow boolean. So this code is pretty easy to understand. We get both of these documents. Then like if you don't add this part, TypeScript will be a little bit mad. That's why we are adding it. And then we just say, go ahead, update these values. So following, the number of following either will be incremented or decremented, and same for the followers. And how can we check for the increment or decrement? It'll be depending on this boolean, which we have here. So either false or true. So all in all, this function allows you to follow or unfollow, right? As the name suggests. So I think you can pause the video if you didn't really understand it. Even though there isn't anything complex, but I can feel this might look a little bit weird if you are kind of like a beginner. So once you are done with it, we can go ahead and try to build our UI for the user page. And just before we build the UI, I'd like to show you this image. So I don't know if you have realized it, but this is not part of the navigation, right? And let's take a look at it. Okay, all these pages, all these screens are part of the navigation, but here this is not the case. So we would like to go ahead and put it outside of the tabs folder, because anything that you put here under this folder will be a tab, right? If I can correctly. Then let's go ahead, create this screen. I will call this as user, and this could be dynamic, right? We could have millions of different users, so that means there could be millions of different screens. Since this will be a dynamic screen, we're gonna put these square brackets. This is how we will make it work. We'll just say id.tsx. You can call this anything like username, but we'll be fetching the user profiles depending on their IDs. That's why I'll just call it as ID. Then we would like to have a layout file. We'll say layout.tsx. This will be a really simple file. Let me just type this out. Let's say rnf. So we can just call this as user layout. And instead of view and text, we would like to basically return the stack. Let's get it from the Expo router, and then I'll just say screen options. We don't really want to show the headers. Okay, now let's save. And we would like to build this page now. I'll just say RNF. Let's say user profile page, or I think we should call it as screen. Give a little bit space and save. Now we would like to build the actual content. Let's just make them to look correctly. Okay. So here I'll just go inside, and we would like to call some queries. So first, let's try to get the profile of the user. Now, this is not the page that we are trying to build. This is our own profile. The page that we are trying to build will be the profile of others, right? So when we click to this, we should be taken into this page. So let's say profile, and I'll just shrink the left-hand side, give a little bit of space. Let's say use query, get it from the Convex, and I'll just say get the API dot users and get user profile, I was going to say, but why don't we have this function? Get user profile. So I don't know why, but I have just put this into the posts. I think this doesn't really make any sense. This is not related to posts. So I'll go ahead, cut it from here, and actually I'll cut all of these, right? They all are related to users. So I'll just cut everything, save this file, go into the Convex folder, and under the users file. So I'll just paste this in. Let's get the ID. Okay. Now everything should be happy with us. We just have all these queries and mutations and one helper function. Okay, now let's save, shrink the left-hand side. This should be happy with us now. Let's say get user profile. Now this wants you to put an argument, right? Which is the ID. And how do we get this ID? From the file name. So this will be coming from a hook. Let's say const use local search params, and we can destructure the value, which is going to be ID. So if you call this file as hello, you would say grab me that, right? But in our case, it is called as ID. So this is how we get that. And here this says, like, let's just add it ID as ID. But now this says this is type of string or an array of strings, but we are expecting a type of user ID, right? So let's make the TypeScript happy and just say this will be ID of users, just like that. Now this is happy with us. Now the other query that we'd like to do, let's just duplicate that. It will be posts. We'll say API get user profile. In the same way, this wants us to put an ID. So here we go. And finally, we'd like to get our mutation. So let's say const is following. I think this is also the query, not mutation. Let's say is following. I'll just auto accept this. Here we go. This is working correctly. Then we can get our mutation, which is called as toggle follow. We'll say use mutation. Okay. this is the mutation that we have. We are going to have a function called handle back. For now, let's just leave it as an empty arrow function. We will implement this later in the video. And let's handle the loader case. I'll just say, let me grab the entire thing. It is just a simple if check. So if profile is undefined, and if you remember in Convex, if something is equal to undefined, that means you are in the loading state. So basically we check any of these are in the loading state, we're going to show a loader component, which is something that we have created already. Then we can go and jump into the return statement. Let's delete this part completely, and here is going to be our container. Now this is related to user profile, and I believe the styles will be coming from the profile.styles. Then we would like to add the header section, which is going to be this part. So we have an icon and then the user, like username, right? I would like to grab this, put it, which is around 5 lines of code. I'll save to get the formatting. Let's get this component, icons, and then the colors. All we do is to just show the user profile name, right? I mean username. So let's go ahead and try to see this page. How can we make this work? Let's go under the notifications page, under the tabs. So when we click to a link, so under the notification, so we are just taking this user to the notifications page, but we have a to-do. Now let's just fix it now. When we click to it, we'll just say, take them to the user page, and here is the entire URL. So let's save. I'll just click to this. It says this page does not found, but this is not correct. Let's go ahead, press R. When you add a new page, I think you should reload your application. Let's test this out once again. I'll click to this. Okay, so here it says value does not match validator. Let's take a look at it. So we got the ID. I'd like to just console log it. What do we get? Let's say ID is here. So I just found the solution. It was a silly mistake by AI. In Convex, we don't really have ID, but instead we have underscore ID, right? So ID just returns undefined. We should fix it. Now let's save and test this out. If you click to this profile, it should take us to there, and here is what we can see. Okay, now I hope that makes sense. Let's go ahead, shrink this left hand side, delete that, and build the rest of the UI. Now what are we gonna have is this remaining part, and I will just put them under a scroll view. So let's go back, put them side by side, and import a scroll view. Let's say close this off. And we don't really want to show the scroll indicator. Then I'll have a view at the very top. Let's save to get this formatting. Then this view will have a style. Let's say styles dot, I think it should be profile info. Then inside we're gonna have one more view with the style to be styles dot avatar and stats. Then I'll just grab you the content. So this is the avatar. Let's get the image from Expo image, save. There we go. Next to it, we would like to put the stats. So just below the image, still inside this view, I'll just say stats. And then I'll provide you the code, which is around, once again, 10 lines of code. Okay, so here we go, number of posts, followers, and following. Then after this view, and then after this one, we would like to go ahead, build this full name text. This is what we got. And if user has a bio, we would like to put that. And it looks like this user doesn't have it, so it is not updating the UI. Then we would like to have this button, and for this I'll be using pressable just to have at least one of them in our code base. You can still use touchable opacity, but this is what I'll be going with. So pressable, let's import that. And depending on the following state, we are going to show a different style. And on press, we're going to call the mutation and pass the following ID. If you don't add this part, TypeScript will be unhappy with you. So this is what we added. Depending on the state, the button text will change. And let's save and test this out. Here we go. I can follow that in real time. This has been updated and I can unfollow that user. After the pressable and after this view, but still inside the scroll view, we would like to create the post grid. So here I'll just have a view with the styling to be, let's say, styles.postGrid. And inside, I just need to check the number of posts. I'll say posts.length. Wait, why don't we get this? Posts. Okay, so for some reason, posts is not an array. Why is this the case? Okay, this should be get user posts, but we don't really have it. Maybe it should be under the posts. Get posts by user. And this wants you to add a user ID. So if you have realized these mistakes a couple of minutes ago, you might be mad at me, but I have just realized. Okay, now we can just say posts and we can get the length. Now it is an array. And if it is equal to 0, we would like to do something like this. And in the else case, we would like to show something else. And here I'll just put a placeholder that says no posts yet. And then here we would like to just show a flat list. Let me grab this. So this is what we have done multiple times, where we would like to map through the posts, number of columns, scroll is not enabled, and for each item, we would like to render a touchable opacity. Let's save. Okay, currently this user doesn't really have any posts. That's why this is what we see. Now, I don't really know why this is not being centered. Let's go ahead and fix it. Let's maybe say flex will be 1. Okay, so probably you already have it in the source code, but I have just added that. Now it's being centered. Okay, so everything is working at the moment. We can follow this user, we can unfollow them. It just works without any issues. And just one thing that we are missing is this function called handle back. When we click to this, nothing happens. And we have attached it to this icon. So let's go ahead and build this function. So basically, we'll be using the router. I would like to import it. Let's say use router coming from here, and we'll just say const router. Okay, so inside, I'll just say if, let's say if router can go back. Yep, this is something that is available. If this is the case, we should be able to go back. And in the else case, we could just say router.replace /tabs. So we're just going to go into the home page. I'll just click to this. Here we go. We can go back to the notifications page. Then I think there is one more thing that we are missing, is that when we click to here, nothing happens. So let's go ahead and fix that. I will go into the post component. This is where that is. And here we go. If you remember back in the video, I just said we're going to fix this part. And let's fix it now. This is going to be dynamic value. So if post is mine, that means the author is me. When I click to this, it should take me to my own profile tab. But if post is posted by someone else, it should take us to the user page that we have just created, right? So here's how we can do it. I'll basically paste this in. We're going to get the current user. Let's just put a question mark. So we'll say if the post author is me, then take me to the profile tab, but else take me to that user page. Let's save. I'll click to this. Nothing happens. I think we should say as child, right? Because there's a touchable opacity and we would like to take the link inside of it. So this is how you can do it. Let's save, and I'll click to this. It should take me to my own profile. Okay, this is how that works. If that was a different profile, trust me, it would take us to that user screen that we have just built. So with that, that's gonna be it for the user page. There isn't really anything complex that we have implemented. It was a pretty basic UI where we just handle a mutation and we have added a couple of different queries. Okay, so in the next section, we're gonna do some fixes and optimizations. Now let's do some optimizations. The very first one is related to Android devices. So this is an Android device that I actually tested out, and I've just realized when you take a look at the navigation bar, it is in the white theme. So it should be dark. I think this doesn't really look nice. It would be better if the background is dark and these things are white, right? These buttons. So how can we make this work? Well, thankfully, there is something called Expo navigation bar, and we'll go under the layout, try to get that package. So I'll just kill my application, clear this up, and I'll just say npx expo install. Let's say expo-navigation-bar. So this will go ahead and install it. While it installs, and here we go, we got that. So let's start our application, reload it. Okay, it says no apps connected. I'll just press I and then reload. Okay, let's kill the terminal. We're gonna go ahead and use it. So what I'd like to do, use a use effect and just try to change the background color as soon as our application starts. So first I will get my import, just like this. I'll say import everything as navigation bar from this package. Then below to this, I'll just say use effect, and let's initialize it. Okay, so when our application starts, we'd like to check if platform.operating system is equal to Android. If this is the case, we would like to go ahead, run this block, and I would like to just basically copy and paste. So navigation bar, set background color with this black color, and then the style will be light so that these buttons are light and the background will be black. Okay, so once you have done this, we can basically save, and I'll just add a comment just so that you can have it in the source code. Now on Android devices, this problem should be fixed, and I have tested out, it is actually working. Now it is in the dark background color. So that was the very first thing that I wanted to mention. The other one is, let me take a look at my notes. Okay, so we would like to make the number of likes to work in real time. So what do I mean by this? Now, what do I mean by this? What does that mean to make this work in real time? So let me pretty quickly open up my camera and just show you in real time. I'll go ahead and try to scan this QR code. Let's open up the terminal, just like that. Okay, so let's wait a second. This should open up the actual application, and I'll just log in with my account. Alright, so I am just logged in. Here we go. Dude, I just got an email notification, but here we go. This is the exact same post that you can see on the screen, right? This is what I have. This is what we got here. So I will go ahead and unlike this post. Currently it is liked. Here you can see. And if I unlike that, this screen should get updated immediately. But notice how I will unlike it. It doesn't get updated here, right? And actually we can make this work in real time because we are using Convex. So let's go ahead and try to fix the code, and then we'll just test it out once again. Alright, so I will kill this file. We're gonna go under the post component. Oops, let's shrink the left hand side. So we have this state called likes count, but we don't really need to keep it in a state. We'll just use it as post.likes. So I'll just delete this state, And here we have an error. Instead of likes count, we'll just say post.likes. Okay, and then we have one more error. Let's go here under the handle like. We don't really need this function because Convex will fix it immediately. Now in the same way, I will go ahead and fix the comments count, because at the moment, if I try to add a comment from my phone, this will not update it for this user, right? If we delete this part and make the comments to be post.comments. Okay, I think that should be it. Post.comments, because it's already number, and we can save. Here we should be able to get rid of this and go into the comments model, delete this type, delete this prop, and delete this call. So what we have just done is to get rid of that state so that we don't really need them, right? We'll just make it work in real time. Okay, so I'll just open up the terminal and as well as my camera just to show you this. So I'll just press R. That will reload the application. Okay, just take a look at the screen. We have 0 likes, and here it also has 0 likes. I'll just go ahead, like it. And here you can see in real time on the screen for this account, it just updated. And if I like it here on my phone, it should be 2 likes. Okay, I don't know if you can see it, but now it is 2 likes here as well. I will unlike that. Okay, I cannot click to it. Okay, now it is just 1 like. Let's go ahead and add a comment. So I'll just say, hey, but first let's see, there is only 1 comment. Hey there, and post it. Okay, it just works in real time. So I just really wanted to show you the entire process. And okay, so that was just one optimization that I wanted to add. I think it is better to see the numbers increment in real time. Okay, so that's gonna be it for this optimization. I think there is one more thing. Now this one that I'll show you is not like an optimization, but it is something that I genuinely want to talk about. So I will go under the home page. Okay, so app, tabs, feed. Here, what do we want to do? So when we just try to refresh this, right? In Instagram, this is how that works, but here nothing happens. But thankfully, there is a component for this where we can just make it work, right? So here, first things first, I'll just get a state to check the refreshing state. So I'll just say by default, this is going to be false, and let's import the use state. And then on refresh, we'll do something. Let's say const on refresh. For now, let's have an empty function, just like that. And then we can add it into the flat list. I'll just say, was it on refresh? Okay, so here we would like to actually render a component. And I think it is not on refresh, my bad. It should be refresh control. The component that we would like to show will be refresh control coming from React Native. Then we can add a couple of different props. So here I'll just say refreshing, well, depending on the state. And on refresh, what are we going to be doing is to call our function, and then the tint color, if we really wanted to, we can customize it. And there are a bunch of different things that you can take a look after completing this tutorial. So let's save, and we can try to refresh this. Here we can see we can actually get that view, but nothing happens at the moment. What we can do on the refresh method, we can actually try to run this query once again, right? So that we would get the latest posts. So here I'll go ahead, for now, I'll say set refreshing will be equal to true when we run this function. And then I'll just say after 2 seconds, we would like to just say set refreshing to be false. So currently this does nothing, right? The only thing, we just update the state as if something is happening behind the scenes. So after 2 seconds, basically nothing happens. So if you really want to, you can call this query once again. And since we are using Convex, if you really want to refetch a query, you can use this package called 10 stack query. But in our case, I just wanted to mention this, and I will not be implementing that. If you really want to, you can have this as a really great to-do. Okay, so this is how we can implement on refresh functionalities. Let's take a look at our code base if we have any to-dos left. Basically, we fixed it. We can delete that. And then the other one, I think it's in the same page. Okay, we forgot to fix it, so let's go ahead and do that. This is when we click to the username, this should take us to the user profile. So just like what we had above, I will copy this entire thing and then paste it. Okay, so now if you click the username, it should take you to that profile, just like here. Okay, so with that, that's gonna be it for this section as well. So I have just said bye, but there is one more thing that I'd like to mention, which is that, let me open up the camera first. So here I just got an Android device, and this was the previous device. Now this is working completely fine. This is also working completely fine, but there is just one thing that I'd like to mention, which is this status bar. So let's go ahead and try to make this work with a dark background. So here, even if there wasn't a problem on this Android device, this is the component that I'd like to mention. So I just forgot that until now. We didn't really need it, but here we go, we'll just be using it. So we're gonna get this status bar import from Expo status bar, and I'll just put it right below to the safe area provider. Okay, so we'll just say status bar. We can give it a style like light, dark, and there is also invert, I believe. Yep, we have even auto. Here, let's go with the light. Since our background is always black, this should be light so that text is white. But if you go with dark, notice how this will be invisible, right? And this doesn't really make sense. We'll go with the light option. And let me open up the camera to show you this. So here we can see now it is black. It is looking a little bit better. If we go with dark, oops, let me just like delete this and just say dark, just like that. Like the text completely disappears, but in our case, we would like to have this as light. Okay, so now that this is working, I think we can move on with the next section. So now that we have an entire application built, this is completely ready to be deployed. But how do we deploy this? So unfortunately, it is not as easy as deploying a web project, right? So we cannot really go into Vercel or render.com and just drag and drop it. This is not how that works. There are some good news and bad news. The good news are that you can deploy it, right? You can publish it to Google Play Store or App Store. The bad news are it's just a little bit more involved, right? So you would need to have a developer account to put your, application information, and then from there you would publish it. And I don't know like how long it'll take, but I think it is a couple of days or maybe weeks. I don't really know. I have never deployed any application to app stores, but I'll just provide you some notes that you can keep in mind so that you just really know the steps. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and paste this in and let me walk you through it. So building and publishing your application. You can build your app for production with Expo application services. And I have some links that I'll just provide in a second. And if you want to submit it to Google Play Store or App Store, you will need a developer account. And then it would take a couple of days or weeks, as I have just mentioned. And then if it is accepted, I think it'll just go live immediately. And I guess, like I believe, there is also beta version and then the actual version. So if it is not accepted completely, the beta version will be live. I might be wrong, just let me know. This is something that I have seen, haven't really experienced it fully. But it's really nice to know these, right? Then here are two different links that you can take a look from the Expo documentation. you can build your project for app stores and you can submit it to app stores, right? And there is even a video explanation, so there is really no excuses to not deploy it. If you really want to, you can, you should definitely take a look at these documentations and just make that work. And then, what the hell? Let's delete this. Then, there are a couple of different steps that I take note, and I'd like to walk you through it. So first things first, you need to visit expo.dev and sign up. So I have just said you can use the EAS to build your applications, and since this is the service of Expo, you should visit their website and sign up, which is free, I believe. Let's take a look at the pricing. Here we go, they have a free plan and 30 mobile application builds per month. That's pretty cool, right? And then, there is even submit to App Store option. Okay, so you just went ahead and signed up. Then here is what you would do in your terminal. Install the EAS CLI globally. Then you would log in with this command. So these are everything that you would do in your terminal, right? So you would run this one first, then this one, and then you would say EAS init, and this will ask you to create a project. And you can just say yes. Okay, let me just fix that. Then if you want to build it for Android, you should say EAS build platform Android. And this will give you an APK file, which is the file format that is used by Android operating system to install and distribute applications, right? In the same way, you would do it for iOS, and then it would give you IPA file. So this is for iOS and this is for Android. And then you would take those files and submit it to Play Store or App Store. So once again, there is no excuses to not do these if you really want to. And then your actual challenge is to publish this application. And if it went live successfully, you could let us know, and I can just do a shout out, then we can give you some stars. And that would be a really cool project for your resume. So with that, if you were able to follow along up until now, I don't have anything to say other than congratulations. It is 3 a.m. in the morning and I am going to bed straight.